Real. Boy, that took me by surprise. I don't know about you. We're having problems with some of our equipment here. We have been, and it's old. It's really old. I mean, this equipment has really been put through the mill. So, sometimes it decides to take off on its own. And sometimes it decides not to do anything. And, of course, that causes some problems. Before we get into the real subject of tonight's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, I want to cover a few things here that I think need to be talked about. One is, I've explained to you a long time ago that there are Russian teams here to supervise the disarmament of the United States military forces, in particular our Strategic Air Command and our ballistic missiles. This appeared in the Arizona Republic Sunday, October 29, 1995, under Nation. Ceremony lays Cold War to rest. Russian-American destroy missile silo. Associated Press. Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri. It was a Russian's Cold War dream. Pavel Grachev triggered an explosive charge Saturday that destroyed a United States missile site that once housed a rocket ready to deliver a nuclear payload to his country. The first foreigner to blow up a United States missile silo is the Minister of Defense of Russia. How about that? This is one of the most memorable days of my life, he said. Not only my children, but my grandchildren will be talking about this event for many, many years to come. I think a lot of people are going to be talking about it for many, many years to come when they find out how they've been scammed. Ladies and gentlemen, lied to, deceived, manipulated, bullshitted, whatever you want to call it. It's not good for us. And this next one is kind of hard for me to do, because this gentleman has been a contributor at times, but this time he's just gone too far. He's supposed to be one of us, but just about regularly on clockwork, once a week, I get a letter from this gentleman berating me for things that I never did and never said. It's apparent that he's got a screw loose, and I hate to have to do this, but I am. I'm going to read this letter on the air. It says, Bill, well, your loving efforts of hate have borne fruit. Enclosed, please find a copy of a newsletter. I ceremonial burned the original, where the concept is presented that homosexuals were responsible for the destruction of all the past great civilizations and are implicated as the most powerful force behind the New World Order. Now tell me, is this the truth? Do you see what you have perpetrated? Are you proud? I thought it was not possible for such a small minority, such as the 3.8% of Jews in America, to gain control over the rest of the society. I thought that if they were to do this, then they would inevitably be regarded as smarter, and perhaps by that argument superior to the rest of society. I guess we can expect more gay bashings and lynchings in the future. Fortunately, the New World Order is further along in its presentations of the inequities of the fundamentalist religions than those religions are on the rebound, grabbing on hypocritically to the tails of the freedom movement as they are, and dragging it to a slow ideological halt. Now, I'm not going to read his name on the air simply because he has made contributions in the past, but he's gone off the deep end. He somehow is attributing to me what somebody else said about homosexuals. And ladies and gentlemen, you've never heard me say anything in my life against homosexuals, except that I don't want them to try to put their homosexuality over on me or my children. That's all. I believe in liberty. I don't care what homosexuals do in the privacy of their bedroom together with consenting adults. That doesn't bother me at all. If they're doing it with children, that would bother me. But so would a heterosexual doing something with children bother me. You understand what I'm saying? But every week, this guy writes me a letter attributing to me something that I never said and never did. He is a member of the intelligence service in Kaji, and as of this moment, his membership is terminated. Because I think he's got a screw loose, and we can't have people with screw loose running around in our organization. I thank him for the contributions that he has made, but in the future he'll have to make his contributions elsewhere. I don't care what his personal beliefs are. I never have. But I do care when somebody demonstrates a lack of intelligence, and when they pretend to be on our side and can't even understand what it is that we're saying. So, please, sir, take your ravings elsewhere. I don't want to deal with them anymore. I have conveniently ignored them in the interest of liberty and giving you your opportunity to be whoever the world you want to be. But when you make that kind of attack upon me, when I've never said any such thing or done any such thing and don't ever contemplate doing any such thing, and if I were to read all of your letters on the air, I've got to tell you, somebody would be at your doorstep with a straitjacket tomorrow morning, if I were to give them your name and address, which I won't, so don't worry about it. Folks, this is going to be an interesting trip into the mind of the mysteries, so stay tuned. And make sure you've got pen and paper handy as we continue with our excursion into the conflict between what it is and how it is made. Those who have studied the writings of the ancient alchemists have always been much mystified by what is said concerning the philosopher's stone and the process of transmuting the base metals into gold. These claims have naturally given rise to a great deal of vague speculation. From time to time, students have asked for a direct statement concerning this subject of paramount importance, and as we are standing upon the threshold of a new age, where this precious jewel, with all of its power, will be evolved and possessed by a considerable number of people, we feel that it is important to divest the subject of all the mystery that surrounds it and speak in plain terms concerning the matter. Then, all who really wish to take the trouble involved for it involves arduous labor, nothing worth having ever gained without cost, may know how to make for themselves this great gem. We are taught that in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, the whole universe, in fact, and we understand that this great creative force expresses itself either as will or imagination. Now, by imagination, the great architect of the universe must first have visualized everything as it now is, or as it was first created, and then, by his will, the physical atoms were marshaled into this matrix of thought, thus gradually bringing the universe into manifestation as designed by its creator. Nor is this process complete, but will continue until the whole has become perfect as originally designed. The divine hierarchies who have carried out the plan of the great creator also used the same dual creative force when fashioning the crystal in the mineral, the leaf of the plant, or the shape of the animal. Their powerful imagination pictures in the archetypal region of the earth that which they desire to create, and their concentrated will molds the coarser matter into this matrix until it assumes a definite physical form as desired. Man, the spirit, has a like creative power, and has through ages, under the guidance of the gods, plural, learned to build bodies of increasing value as instruments for his expression. But his pilgrimage through matter was undertaken for the purpose of making him an independent creative intelligence, and to attain that end, it was necessary that he should, at the proper time, be emancipated from the guardianship of the gods, so that he might learn to create not only for himself, but also to aid and to teach others in the great school of life. During the course of his evolution, man has become more and more enlightened concerning the mystery of life, but nevertheless, it is only a few hundred years ago when life and liberty were endangered by the expression of opinions in advance of the commonly accepted views. It was for this reason that the alchemists, who had studied more deeply than the majority, were forced to embody their teachings in highly allegorical and symbolical language. Their teaching concerning the spiritual evolution of man, and their use of the terms salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth, so mystifying to the masses, were nevertheless rooted in cosmic truths, highly illuminating to the initiate. The students of the Rosicrucian teachings, who have learned how the world came into being and the process of gradual creation, should have no difficulty in properly understanding every part of the alchemist's language. We know in the first place that there was a time when man in the making was a hermaphrodite, male-female, and able to create from himself. And we remember also that at that time he was like the plant in other respects. His consciousness was like that which we possess in dreamless sleep, and which is possessed by the plant. The vital energy which he absorbed into his body was used solely for the purpose of growing until the time of propagation came, when a new budding body was cast off to grow also. There was no incentive to action, but if there had been, man would have had no mind or will to direct it. For the emancipation of humanity from this negative condition, 1/2 of the creative force was turned upward under the direction of the angels for the purpose of building a larynx and a brain, that man might learn to create by thought, as do the divine hierarchies, and express the creative thought in words. Thus man ceased to be a physically hermaphrodite and became unisexual. He can no longer create from himself physically, as do the hermaphrodite plants, nor psychically, as do the Elohim, the male-female hierarchs, in whose image he was originally made, and thus he occupies at the present time an unenviable intermediate position between the plant and the God. At the time when 1/2 of the human sex force was diverted for the purpose of building the brain, men were helpless and lacking in knowledge of how to overcome conditions. They didn't even have the consciousness to know that there was a difficulty, and had no outside help been given, the race must have died out. Therefore the angels from the moon, who were the guardians of mankind, herded the sexes together in great temples at times when the interplanetary lines of force were propitious to propagation, and thus they perpetuated the race. It was also proposed that when the brain had been completed, the lords of Mercury, elder brothers of our present humanity, who excelled in intelligence, should teach us how to use the mind and make it truly creative, so that we would no longer be dependent upon the separate sexual process of generation now in vogue. Thus, by the work of these two great hierarchies, we were raised from unconsciousness to the first stage of creative intelligence, from plant to God. Now, for those of you who may have just tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you that these are not my beliefs. In fact, I've studied the mysteries and studied this secret religion for many, many years, and I can tell you it's absolute, complete, and utter bullshit. It's a con job used to convince those idiot followers who join these organizations knowing nothing about them so that they can slowly be indoctrinated into the new religion of the New World Order, which is supposedly coming, if we're unable to stop it, in the new age of Aquarius, which will create literally a new heaven and a new earth, and usher in the reign of totalitarian socialist world government upon this earth. It will take the form of a religious and political charismatic leader who is said to be ready to unite the world as one, in peace forever, in one world government, one world religion, and a new sixth root race. In their literature and in their explanations and their esoteric teachings, which you must understand the symbology of in order to be able to understand the meaning, this means the dissolution of all nation states, the destruction of all individual national sovereignty, the elimination of nationalism and patriotism. In fact, these ideals or ideas will be called a psychotic mental illness. People who believe in that way, according to those who are bringing about this new world, will be exterminated. It means the elimination, the destruction of all of the world's religions, or the combining of those religions into one, which will be the secular humanist religion, the profundity, if you will. I don't even know if that's a word, but it sounds good. That man himself is God. You see, they believe in the Luciferian philosophy, and they believe it as a metaphor. Those of you who are teaching that these people believe that there is a devil and they worship this devil, you don't know what you're talking about. These people don't believe in the God. They don't believe in the devil. They don't believe in Jehovah. They don't believe in Satan. They don't believe in any of that stuff. These tales to them are metaphors which explain the evolution of man through the use of his intellect to the position where man himself is God. And it goes something like this. Man was held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust, vindictive God named Yahweh, or Jehovah. And by the way, there are many other names for that God in their religion. And God told man not to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or he would surely die. Lucifer sent his agent Satan, and many people believe that the two are the same. And I believe that also in the symbology of the religious mysteries. And Satan told Eve that God had lied to her, that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, she would not surely die, but would become as gods. And that man was being held back from his true destiny by this jealous, vindictive, God who had enslaved man in the Garden of Eden. So, the apple, which represents the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, is really representative of the gift of intellect, which in the mysteries is what they believe Satan, or Prometheus, who brought man the gift of fire, really gave to mankind. And through the use of that intellect, man himself will evolve until he himself becomes God. And they believe that this gift was in particular given to the white races, or race, I should say, and that part of the duty of the white race is to help the inferior races, or the darker races, in their evolution. Which means, if need be, get rid of some of those races if they're incapable of evolution. And in particular in their writings, it is the black and Hispanic races, which they call the useless eaters. They have a particular hatred for Orthodox Jews, the followers of the Prophet Muhammad, and fundamentalist Christians. Doesn't matter what you call yourself, doesn't matter what denomination, doesn't matter what dogma you believe in. All scheduled for elimination. I guarantee you the world is going to change, ladies and gentlemen. Those who do not participate in the changing of it will be the inheritors of whatever the changers bring about for them. So it makes no difference whether you believe in what you're hearing tonight, which, by the way, is being read verbatim from a book written by the highest priests of the mysteries, revealing the truths that are hidden behind the veil of the lodge without windows. And it was meant for those who are the initiates only, and of the highest degrees. Those in the lower levels are incapable of understanding this, just as new listeners tuning in tonight haven't got the slightest idea what we're talking about. The book is called Freemasonry and Catholicism. It is about the war between the sons of Cain and the sons of Seth, the philosophers of fire and those of the waters of faith. You can laugh at it if you want. If you're an atheist, you can say it means nothing if you wish. If you're a Christian, you can turn off your radio and refuse to hear it. If you are one of the philosophers of fire, you can become angry because your secrets are being revealed on the radio. But let me tell you this, do not discount its power or its meaning. For those who are bringing about the new world order, the new heaven and the new earth, believe it. They are in power. They are in control. And if they believe it, it doesn't make any difference whether you believe it or not, whether you think it's funny or serious. It will affect you. And that is the most important thing. You cannot venture upon a field of battle if you know nothing about your enemy, about his culture, about his beliefs, about his religions, about his battle tactics, about the weapons that the enemy uses. You see, these people fully intend to enslave the human population of the earth and keep them chained to a computer in an economic system of cashless debt forever, with total control of all sources of information, and the elimination of anyone. Thus, by the work of these two great hierarchies, we were raised from unconsciousness to the first stage of creative intelligence, from plant to God. Now, if that doesn't give the whole thing away, I don't know what will. And they go on. We have also learned that this plan was frustrated by the Lucifer spirits, stragglers from the humanity of the moon period, who live upon the planet Mars. They needed a physical field of action, but were unable to create one for themselves. Hence, for selfish reasons, they taught humanity how, by cooperation of the sexes, a new body may be created at any time. And in order to give an incentive, they instilled into mankind the animalistic, passionate nature which we now possess. Thus, to the ancient alchemists, the angels from the moon, which rules the saline tides of the sea, were designated by the term salt. They had found that a certain amount of salt in the blood is necessary to the mental processes. Also, that excess of salt in the blood produces insanity, as best proven by the experiences of shipwrecked sailors who became lunatics when they drink water containing the lunar element salt. Thus also they established a connection between the moon and mind. The fiery Lucifer spirits, who have taken such a baneful part in man's evolution, became associated with the fiery element sulfur. The alchemists said that man is rendered unconscious and dies by continuous inhalation of this element. So man, the spirit, was rendered unconscious of and dead to the spiritual realms by the teachings which were instilled into him by the Lucifer spirits. These are the spirits of the material world. The metal mercury, they contended, is the most elusive of all metals. It will penetrate and evaporate through most substances with which it is brought in contact, and therefore they likened it to the lords of mercury, who are past masters in penetrating the secrets of nature by the mind. Mercury is also capable of freeing the spirit from its physical prison house. By the process of generation, carried on at a propitious time under the guidance of the angels, man was treading the path from plant to God, following the highway of evolution as originally planned. They call this God's plan. From this path he strayed into the byway of degeneration, led by the Lucifer spirits, and is therefore now, as it were, in a slough from which he cannot extricate himself, save with the help of others further advanced than he. Now, for those of you who may have just tuned in tonight, I should say, this is, I don't know, probably broadcast number 4 or 5 in this series. You can order the other tapes, and if you'd like a tape list, send $1. Specify that you would like to have an information package. Send it with a self-addressed stamped number 10 size envelope to the Intelligence Service, Post Office Box 1420, Show Low, Arizona 85901. At the end of this broadcast, this address will be repeated. From this path he strayed into the byway of degeneration, led by the Lucifer spirits, and is therefore now, as it were, in a slough from which he cannot extricate himself, save with the help of others further advanced than he. When this becomes apparent to him, and he starts to search for light, he stands at the pathway of regeneration, guarded by the lords of Mercury, who with their wisdom will guide him toward the desired goal. The method, as outlined by the ancient alchemists, we shall discuss when we have summed up in a few words the points made. These must be firmly fixed in mind to appreciate the full value of what follows. The creative force used by God to bring a solar system into manifestation, and the force used by the divine hierarchies to form the physical vehicle of the lower kingdoms over which they rule as group spirits, expresses itself in a dual manner as will and imagination, and is the same as the united creative force of the male and the female, which results in the creation of a human body. At one time, man was bisexual, male-female, and therefore each was able to propagate his species without assistance from anyone else. But one half of the creative force has been temporarily diverted upwards to build a brain and larynx in order to enable him sometime to create by his own mind, to form thoughts and speak the word of power that shall make his thoughts flesh. Three great creative hierarchies were particularly concerned in bringing about this change: the angels from the moon, the Mercurians, and the Lucifer spirits from Mars. The alchemists connected the angels from the moon, which rules the saline tides, with the element salt, the Lucifer spirits from Mars with the element sulfur, and the Mercurians with the metal mercury. They used this symbolic presentation partly because of the religious intolerance which made it unsafe to promulgate any other teaching than that sanctioned by the Orthodox Church of that day, and partly because humanity as a whole was not yet ready to accept the truths which were embodied in their philosophy. And that's the biggest bunch of baloney you'll ever hear. They have intentionally withheld the truth of their religion, the truth of their philosophy, the truth of the great body of knowledge which they have collected and hoarded and concealed from the public over the ages, in order to be able to control what they call the masses. They also spoke of a fourth element, Azoth, a name composed of the first and last letters of our classical languages and intended to convey the same idea as Alpha and Omega, that of all-inclusiveness. This referred to what we now know as the spiritual ray of Neptune, which is the octave of Mercury, and which is the sublimated essence of spiritual power. The alchemists knew that the moral and physical nature of man had become gross and coarse on account of the passions inculcated by the Lucifer spirits, and that therefore a process of distillation and refinement was necessary to eliminate these characteristics and elevate man to the sublime heights where the splendor of the spirit is no longer obscured by the coarse coating which now hides it from view. They therefore regarded the body as a laboratory and spoke of the spiritual processes in chemical terms. They noted that these processes have their inception and their particular field of activity in the spinal cord that forms the link between the two creative organs, the brain, which is the field of operation for the intellectual Mercurians, and the genitals, which are the vantage ground for the sensuous and passionate Lucifer spirits. Now, this is the truth of alchemy, ladies and gentlemen. Not too long ago, on the Tom Valentine Show, Radio Free America, he had a man on there who was trying to tell you that he had actually discovered the secret of the alchemists and could turn lead into gold. He was lying, and Tom Valentine knew it. And it's one of the ways that you're kept spinning around in little circles, little eddies beside the river, while the main stream passes you by. The truth is, alchemy had nothing to do with lead, or gold, or silver, or iron, or any of those things, or even chemistry. It was a hidden and esoteric and occult language which hid the true belief, philosophy, religion, if you will, of those who call themselves the philosophers of fire. Those who burn their enemies, like they burned the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas, and the Move group in Philadelphia, and tried to burn the Weaver family. This tripartite spinal cord was to the alchemists the crucible of consciousness. They knew that in the sympathetic section of the cord, which governs the functions that have to do particularly with the upkeep and welfare of the body, the lunar angels were specially active, and this segment was therefore designated as the element salt. the segment governing the motor nerves, which expend the dynamic energy stored in the body by our food, they saw clearly to be under the dominance of the martial Lucifer spirits, and they therefore named that segment sulfur. The remaining segment, which marks and registers the sensations carried by the nerves, was named mercury, because it was said to be under the dominance of spiritual beings from Mercury. The spinal canal, contrary to the ideas of anatomists, is not filled with fluid, but with a gas that is like steam, and that it may be condensed when exposed to the outside atmosphere, but may also be superheated by the vibratory activity of the spirit to such an extent that it becomes a brilliant and luminous fire, the fire of purification and regeneration. This is the field of action of the great spiritual hierarchy from Neptune, and is designated Azoth by the alchemists. This spiritual fire is not unlike in every man, nor is it as luminous in one as in another. The state thereof depends upon the spiritual advancement of the person in question. When the aspirant to the higher life had been instructed in these mysteries of symbolism, and the time had come to speak to him plainly, the following teachings were communicated to him, not necessarily in these words, nor in this manner, but at any rate he was given to understand, and it was made clear to him, that anatomically man belongs to the animals, and that below that kingdom in the scale of evolution are the plants. They are pure and innocent. Their propagative practices are untainted by passion, and their whole creative force is turned upwards toward the light, where it manifests as the flower, a thing of joy and beauty for all to behold, the rose. Yet the plants are unable to do otherwise, for they have no intelligence, no consciousness of the outside world, and no free will in action. They can only create in the physical world, however. Above man in the scale of evolution are the gods, creators upon the spiritual and physical planes. And notice, ladies and gentlemen, they don't believe in one God, they believe in gods. They also are pure as the plants, for their whole creative force is also turned upwards, and is expended in whatever manner their intelligence directs. And knowing good and evil, they are always do good by choice. Between the gods and the plant kingdom stands man, a being endowed with intelligence, creative power, and free will to use it for good or ill. At present, however, he is dominated by the passion instilled by the Lucifer spirits, and sends one half of his creative force downward from the light to gratify his senses. In his innermost soul, he realizes that this is wrong, and hence he hides his creative instinct in shame, and is outraged when it is dragged into the light. This condition must be altered ere spiritual progress can be made, and therefore you must carefully consider the similarity between the chaste plant and the pure spiritual gods, who both turn their whole creative power upwards toward the light. In the course of evolution, you have risen above the plant, which has creative power only in the physical world, and have become like the gods, possessing creative power on both the mental and physical planes of being, besides intelligence and free will to direct it. This was accomplished by the diversion of one half of your sex force upwards for building a brain and larynx, organs which are still fed and nourished by this uplifting half of the sex force. But while the gods direct their whole creative force to altruistic purposes by the power of mind, you still squander one half of your divine heritage upon desire and sense gratification. If, therefore, you would become as they, you must learn to turn your whole creative energy upward, to be used under the direction of your intelligence entirely. Thus only can you become as the gods, and create from yourself by the power of your mind and the great word, whereby you may speak the creative fiat, remembering that physically you were once hermaphrodite, like the plant, and able to create from yourself. Look into the future now through the perspective of the past and realize that your present unisexual condition is only a temporary phase of evolution, and that in the future your whole creative force must be turned upwards so that you shall become a hermaphrodite spiritually, and thus able to objectify your ideas and speak the living word, which shall endue them with life and make them vibrant with vital energy. This dual creative force, thus expressed through the brain and larynx, is the elixir vitae, which springs from the living stone of the spiritually hermaphrodite philosopher. The alchemical process of kindling and elevating it is accomplished in the spinal cord, where the salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth are found. It is raised to incandescence by high and noble thought, by meditation upon spiritual subjects, and by altruism expressed in the daily life. The second half of the creative energy, thus drawn upward through the spinal canal, is a spinal spirit fire, the serpent of wisdom. Gradually it is raised higher and higher, and when it reaches the pituitary body and the pineal gland in the brain, it sets them to vibrating, opening up the spiritual worlds and enabling man to commune with the gods. Then this fire radiates in all directions and permeates the whole body and its auric atmosphere, and man has become a living stone whose luster surpasses that of the diamond or the ruby. He is then the philosopher's stone. Folks, don't be worried about the government collapsing or anything happening over the weekend or on Monday. This is a normal political process, and if the budget is not approved, some people will be laid off. A lot of political pressure will be placed upon whoever is stopping the budget from being appraised. Good night, and God bless you all.
Is there a group of men and women out there who are secretly controlling our finances, our media, communications, and every aspect of our lives? Well, my two guests think that there very well might be. We have Jordan Maxwell, who has made an appearance in Ancient Mysteries of the Bible on CBS with William Devane hosting it, and he has agreed to come back and do the sequel. And we have Anthony J. Hilder of Radio Free World. Both of these people will be appearing at Wembley Arena in England on Saturday the 9th and the 10th of January 93. And under Jordan Maxwell's name, there's a quote that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'd like to start off with Jordan answering this. It is probable that most of the public figures and military men involved in the secret scheme are unaware of the real goals or who is really behind it. Jordan, I've got to ask, what's going on here?
Well, let's start with a term that we're hearing quite a bit about in the last couple of years, the New World Order. Our president is going all around the world proclaiming a New World Order. Incidentally, all the presidents, living presidents, along with many of the heads of state throughout the world, are going to meet, according to the LA Times, are going to meet in the year 2000 at the pyramid in Egypt to bring in what is called the New World Order. There is something going on here on an international, worldwide scale right before our eyes, but that so many of us are unaware, and consequently we're not really seeing what is happening. There is, in fact, a conspiracy or a planned world domination coming by this thing that George Bush calls a New World Order. On the back of the $1 bill, there are a lot of important occult symbolism on the back of the $1 bill. On the left-hand side, you'll see the pyramid and the pyramid of Egypt. That's an Egyptian pyramid on an American dollar bill. The significance is very important. Above the pyramid, you will see the words Annuit Coeptus, which basically means in Latin, our enterprise is a success, or our project has been crowned with success. And the project, which is a success, is on the banner beneath the pyramid, Novus Ordo Seclorum, being Latin for New Order of the World, or the New World Order. On the bottom of the pyramid, you will see the Roman numerals for 1776. This exact identical emblem of the pyramid within the circle, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, it was not original in America. It was first found on writings that are today in museums in Europe in the year 1774, 1775 by a man named Adam Weishaupt, who founded the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, a secret society of Freemasons operating in Europe that had designs on the entire world and to bring about what they call a new world order. So that emblem on the back of the dollar bill on the left-hand side with the pyramid is not an American symbol. It is a very old symbol coming from
you should bring out the fact that this is the Order of the Illuminati.
Yes.
And the May 1st, 1776 did not signify the creation of the United States of America,
no,
but the Order of the Illuminati for the enlightened ones, or the Luciferians.
Yes.
And this is a satanic symbol. It is on the cover of the Illuminati documents from May 1st, 1776, which obviously precedes the birth of this nation on July 4th, 1776. And at the very top of the pyramid, there's the Agpu, all-seeing eye, which was the name of the Soviet secret police during the Stalin era.
Right, now, Anthony, you spent most of your life studying these secret societies and the Illuminati, and you put out a record some time ago called the Illuminati
CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, right.
Right. This is, I've heard various charlatans coming out talking about the Illuminati, but I was wondering if you could get into a little bit more detail about the history of this organization and some of the more, you were talking about the eagle, for instance, and the pyramids and that sort of thing,
right.
and talk a little bit about the Freemasonry origins of the Illuminati.
Well, let me just make this one comment first, and then Anthony can go on with it. At the top of the pyramid, you'll see the little triangle with the eye in it. The eye was the eye of Horus. Horus was the eye of God, the sun. And so the sun represented the pupil, or the eye of God, in the ancient Egyptian philosophy. And that's why you'll see the light emanating from around the eye. So it's the worship of light, Luciferianism. It's the worship of the coming forth of light into the world. And therefore our masters, these manipulating masters behind the scenes of world government who are manipulating all peoples, consider themselves to be enlightened despots, enlightened people. And of course, when you go to university, you graduate from a university, you wear the Masonic square of Freemasonry on your head to symbolize that you're an alumni. Alumni comes from the word illumini. You have been illuminated into the enlightened power structure of the New World Order. That's the actual basis for these symbols. And to go on with the rest of the symbolism.
Well, I think it's important to bring out the fact that George Bush did not write the New World Order. In fact, if you want to know who wrote the New World Order, you simply go back to Adolf Hitler. It wasn't his first book, that was Mein Kampf. The second book,
right,
the New World Order. Right. And Rudolf Hess went out and said, in introduction of Hitler, he said, Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. One world, one race, one ruler. That's what this whole United Nations is all about, and I'm for a free world. That's in total opposition to the New World Order.
Well, Bush's New World Order may have come from Adolf Hitler, but Bill Clinton's New Covenant clearly comes from the Old Testament.
All right, now, the New Covenant, that is a catchphrase. That is a term which has been used for at least 500 years by a secret society of Freemasons in Europe called the British Israel World Federation. British Israel World Federation, you can see topics in movies based on this subject, like There's a motion picture just come out called The Handmaiden's Tale, based on British Israel philosophy for America. A secret society of Freemasons promoting something that is called, as far back as 500 years ago, British Israel philosophy, Anglo-Israel philosophy, which is tying in the Old Testament governmental system to be the basis for a new world order in the coming future. And that's why the symbolism...
Clinton went to Oxford, didn't
Yeah,
he?
and it
he
has
was
to do with Rhodes Scholar.
Right.
The Rhodes Scholarship Foundation, and this whole thing of a new covenant comes directly from British Israel Freemasonry. Rhodes Scholar, the Rhodes Scholarship of England. So that we can get into that. We can get into all of the occult significance of the Democratic Party, his term of the covenant, the new covenant.
And Cecil Rhodes is the founder of Rhodesia. That's where Rhodesia got its name. And we had a little thing called the Round Table, and some of these Luciferian groups. And I say Luciferian, I mean it. Like George Bush is a member of the Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
Now, in the Skull and Bones fraternity, this is the Faustian financial fraternity that started up at Yale University in 1832. Came over here as a bounce off of the Jacobin Society, which was involved in the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror. At Yale University, they have a structure, and you can go there. Anybody can go there and see this structure they call a tomb. Inside the tomb, they have their initiation, and the fellows, they lay down in a coffin. And George Bush was one of them. They lay down in a coffin nude, and they're born again into this satanic order. It's the ritual. It's been there. William Buckley Jr., the Harrimans. Yeah. Conservatives? No. George Bush isn't a conservative.
Never has.
Ronald Reagan is not a conservative. In fact, Ronald Reagan is so far left. I mean, can I say this? Ronald Reagan is not a conservative. He never was a conservative. He is not a conservative. He never will be a conservative. In the early days, they used to call him Red Ronnie. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely.
He was in the United World Federalists for 13 years. He was in the L.A. Committee for a Democratic Far Eastern Policy, which was associated with the Institute of Pacific Relations, which was listed as an instrument of the Soviet Union. This guy is so far left, he makes Fidel Castro look like a member of the John Birch Society. All you've ever heard about Ronald Reagan was simply rhetoric. We have a one-party system controlled by this oligarchy.
All right, that's George Bush. That's the Skull and Bone Society. And I guess I can see this. But Bill Clinton, though, he was not a member of the Skull and Bone Society.
No, I believe, is Bill Clinton a member of the Council on Foreign Relations?
Oh, yes, he certainly is. He's CFR.
Yeah, is George Bush a member of the Council on Foreign Relations?
Yeah, of course.
Bill Clinton wasn't laying naked in a coffin trying to get born again.
No. But we go back to an election, 1980. We had Jimmy Carter from the Trilateral Commission.
That's right.
We had George Bush from the Trilateral Commission, and John Anderson from the Trilateral Commission is the independent ticket. So it wouldn't make any difference which way the coin flipped. Heads, they win, tails, we lose.
The Rockefellers have never lost an election in the last 60 years.
Well, no, we lose even if the coin landed on its side. They had all bases covered.
Aren't you, when you mentioned the Trilateral Commission and you mentioned the Rockefellers, I've heard many fringe groups, ranging from the fundamentalists to the neo-Nazis or whatever, taking bits and pieces of this and constructing it to their own agenda. Aren't you worried about being misinterpreted?
They all have their own
Everybody
spin.
has their own spin on it, right? Their own agenda. But what we're talking about is things that can be proven from accepted reference works, and how you use that information to promote your own philosophies, your own agenda, is that's their problem.
And you're saying that there is proof that from May the 1st, 1776, that the organization, the Illuminati, began,
you can look that up
and to the end of this very day, the Illuminati is still around pulling
absolutely.
strings.
All you need
The
to do-
cover of their document is the left-hand side, a reverse seal of the dollar bill. And it was put on there early on, but it was the reverse seal early on. But it wasn't until the Corn Cob mystic, Vice President not George Wallace, but Henry Wallace.
Henry C. Wallace.
Who talked to Roosevelt and said, hey, this thing has got to go on there. Now, he had in the White House a little shrine for Madame Blavatsky. Now, Blavatsky wrote...
ISIS Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine.
Yeah, but she had a manifesto going. She also had a publication, a book. Well, I've seen the books. It's the combined works of Lucifer.
Yeah.
She had Lucifer magazine, and I've held those copies of Lucifer in my hand, leather bound. She was the publisher and co-editor with Annie Besant, and from this Lucifer organization came Theosophy, and from Theosophy came Unity, came what is
yes,
this one world religion philosophy. And if you go to the United Nations, they've got a meditation room, and you'll find out that the Baha'i religion is the only one that is accepted in the United Nations. In the mediation room, you're going to find the little Illuminati pyramid. So it's loaded with symbology, and Jordan Maxwell is the expert on it.
And what I was going to say, too, is that the United Nations uses a particular publishing firm for all of their documents and books and materials, and it's called Lucius Publishing. The United Nations use Lucius Publishing. Lucius Publishing was at one time Helena Blavatsky's Lucifer Publishing. So today, the whole
funded by the Lucifer Trust.
The Lucifer Trust, United Nations. That's why it's in New York, because New York is referred to as the Empire State, because it's the new state of the new empire that is coming. That's why Steven Spielberg and George Lucas with their Indiana Jones and the Empire Strikes Back, it has to do with occultism, it has to do with numerology, it has to do with a lot of mysticism coming out of theosophy. The point being is that we are involved in some very powerful occult manipulation of the world by some very astute occultists, and we are not even beginning to be aware of how far down we are.
It's crazy to have a united world government. I don't want to do away with our individuality. Some people are white, some people are black, tall, short, fat, thin, Muslims, Buddhists, Christians, Jews. I like the diversity. I don't want to see a world with 220 nations. I want to see a world with maybe 3,000 nations. I believe in the right to integrate, to segregate, to separate, to have linguistic, tribal nation-states emerge where there are these people, like in Africa, and I lived there for a while, where the Metabeles have been fighting the Mashonas. Let them have their own nation-states. Let that division take place. Let there be a free world alliance. Let there be a Croatia. Let there be a Serbia. Let all individuals separate and find a place that is comfortable. Let them do their own thing in their own time, in their own way. If somebody wants to be a racist, let them be a racist. Let them have a racist state. Let Israel exist. It's a religious state. It has a racist philosophy, fine. But let there be a Palestine. Let there be an independent Gaza. I would like to see the secession of Alaska. I worked there on Radio Free America for 3.5 years. I called for the independence of Alaska. It should be an independent nation.
Well, you know, when you're mentioning all this conspiracy stuff, you know, I'm thinking that, you know, when various things happened, like when the riots happened about 6 months ago.
April 29th and May 1st.
Right, but when it happened, and when just about everything bad in our society that's happened, not just the riots, I mean, it's almost tempting to want to believe that there are people behind there pulling the strings and all that, because it creates the false sense of security that if we can just stop these people, we can have a better life, and that sort of thing.
But we can have a better life if we stop these people.
You don't think it's just a bunch of incompetent people just making mistakes, and that maybe you're just reading things into things?
How could everything happen just accidentally? I mean, everything goes wrong, and it just happens to go wrong every time, everywhere, and we've been getting worse off and worse off and worse off. Ronald Reagan and George Bush, who are supposed to be conservatives, quote, conservatives, tripled the national debt. I mean, all of the debt that was acquired from George Washington through Jimmy Carter, they tripled the national debt, and then reporters get out there and say, hey, I'm thinking that these guys are conservative. They're not conservative.
But can't you just write it up to a bad economic plan instead of saying that there are people behind it?
It's by design.
Let me explain
You'll
something
explain
to you.
the bad economic
You do
plan.
not get to be President of the United States, and you do not have hundreds of advisors, highly educated, proficient advisors in every field of activity of human endeavor, getting C2 reports every day from the CIA. You're getting USIA, DIA documentation every hour on the hour for the economy of the world. All things happening in the earth being directed to the president's table. You don't make mistakes when you become president. You have the finest minds in the world working for you, the finest intellects that the Western world can produce. That's why in a dog-eat-dog world, our country is the most powerful economic society on earth, because we are a very powerfully intellectual society. We don't make mistakes.
Well, Roosevelt put it this way: in politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, it was planned that way.
Right.
So they planned on George Bush and Dan Quayle.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
George Bush and Dan Quayle are some of our most intelligent people working.
No, hell, no, they're not our most intelligent people, but they are conspiratorial.
They're fronts.
I mean, when you get somebody from the Skull and Bones and the Trilateral Commission, and a guy who says, everything I am today I owe to David Rockefeller, founder of the Trilateral Commission. Why is it that we don't talk about this organization? If they were members of the Nazi Party, if they were members of the Boy Scouts, or some drag queen over in West Hollywood, we would be talking about them. They would be front page headlines. But the Trilateral Commission, 78, 90 people, who controls all three candidates for the President of the United States in 1980.
We like to say in this country that we have the ability as Americans to elect. But the problem is we do not have the ability to select. We can only elect, which means that we can only vote for those candidates which are put before us by our masters, our hidden masters behind the scenes. And when you understand that the Democratic and the Republican Party are financed, and believe me, in this world, money is the bottom line. If you have it or if you don't. And the Democratic and the Republican Party are financed and organized and directed by the same banking families. The same people who finance your banks are the same people who finance your institutions of government. As a matter of fact, the word for bench in relation to a judge sitting on the bench comes from banco, which is in Latin, meaning the bank. The judge sits on the bench, which is a Latin word for the bank. He officiates for the system. So when you go into a court, you're sitting before a court of order, which is actually being financed by government. So what we're talking about here is a system.
How many people today know that the Federal Reserve is not federal?
Has nothing to do with this.
It is not a reserve.
No.
They create that fiat money that you use. It's like monopoly money. For less than a penny a note, they lend it to the U.S. Treasury in exchange for interest-bearing bonds. They print this stuff for less than a penny a note. They lend it in exchange for interest-bearing bonds. They issue this into circulation as debt-bearing currency. We cannot exist as a free and independent nation when this evilarchy controls the strings. We have to abolish the privately owned Federal Reserve System.
And that's why on the dollar bill it says up in the left-hand corner on the dollar bill, this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. The reason it was put on there is because it was a piece of paper, and you have to tell the people that it's legal. You don't have to tell anyone.
It used to say, and it's redeemable in lawful money.
Yes.
Redeemable in lawful money. That meant it's not lawful money. It's not a dollar. If you have a piece of toilet paper, it can be used and tossed away. But as soon as you print Federal Reserve note, it becomes an obligation of the public to pay.
So what we're saying is that the Federal Reserve System has nothing whatsoever to do with the federal government. Just like federal vacuum cleaners and federated department stores has nothing to do with, it's a word. It is a play on words. The Federal Reserve System is a private banking institution with most of its holders.
The Class A stockholders have never been revealed to the United States public.
Okay,
There's never been an audit.
Right, never been an audit.
Independent audit.
This organization, okay, that you say is pulling strings here, how many people are controlling this? Is this at the helm of one man, or is
No,
this,
heavens
It's an oligarchy.
It's an
I call it
oligarchy.
an evilarchy because they want to bring about a Luciferian new world order.
and by Luciferian,
We're
what
talking
exactly,
about...
do you mean?
I'm talking about a satanic order. And if you take a look at the layout of Washington, D.C., and Jordan Maxwell is the expert on this,
No, I've got...
you will find out that the entire city was laid out in symbols. If you take a look at the obelisk and the Illuminati pyramid at the top of the
Yes, as a matter of fact,
obelisk,
the two
Washington
main
Monument.
streets going toward the Capitol building, if you take, which I have pictures over the city, looking down on Washington, D.C., you'll see there are two main boulevards culminating in a pyramid. And just at the very top of the pyramid is a street cutting it off. And then within the triangle at the top, where the eye on the dollar bill is the Capitol. And the Capitol building sits there. It's a pyramid. Then it has the Cleopatra's Needle, which is a Washington monument. And the river, the long riverway, and the long waterway is called the River Styx, which is where Pharaoh went into heaven on the River Styx. It is all laid out in Masonic symbolism, and the five-pointed star, which is a pentagram, has always been used. Satan worship, satanic worship, the five-pointed pentagram. And if you take the arms off of a pentagram, you have a pentagon. And the United States Pentagon is sitting exactly due north, aiming due north at the North Star Thuban, which is drawing power, according to the ancient Egyptians, for the god of war.
It's the same
All of this is
pentagram that was on the
symbol.
Night Stalker's hand.
Right. Now, I'm trying to get an angle.
Satanic ritual killings.
I'm trying to get an angle, though, on what exactly you mean by Satanism. Are you referring, or satanic, do you mean the elevation of human reason, or do you, the strong survive, or do you mean a group of people who are actually worshiping a bona fide spiritual...
We're talking about the warlocks of Washington here. We're talking about people who have satanic rituals. We're talking about people who believe in a Lucifer 2000. We're talking about the creation of a new world order in a millennium. When George Bush talks about 1,000 points of light, what do you think he's talking about, 1,000 points of light? Could it be 1,000-year millennium under Lucifer? What do you think, Jordan?
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind that all the terminology is the same. If you go back through the speeches that Adolf Hitler made and the top Nazi speechwriters, and then listen to what Ronald Reagan had to say, and George Bush, and now our new incoming president.
Well, Hitler talked about 1,000 points of, he's talked about 1,000-year Reich, and Bush is talking about 1,000 points of light. And I don't think it's just a coincidence that Adolf Hitler's second book is...
Not points of light?
And his term, Bush is
New
talking
World
about
Order
1,000 points of light. 1,000 points of light. Light is very important to Luciferians. It has to do with Lucifer. It has to do with satanic societies. And what we're saying here is that the government of the United States is in the hands of some very powerful, sinister people who are manipulating not only us, but the rest of the world.
If you can take a look at, just take a road map of Washington, D.C. Just take a look at it from the air, and you'll see what appears to be the goat of Mendez. And the goat of Mendez...
Which is a symbol in Freemasonry. Right. It's a symbol, it's a demonic symbol within the Freemasonic
You see the goat
order.
and the horns and the whole thing. The whole city is laid out like that. It's all over.
So what we're basically saying here is that there is nothing happening by chance. As I brought out before, George Lucas and Steven Spielberg with their Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And the Last Crusade is for the Holy Grail, the Cup of Christ. It's not by chance that we have movies like that, because they're in. Why is Adolf Hitler always involved with Indiana Jones? The Last Crusade you can't understand unless you understand the First Crusade. The first crusade was developed by what we call the Knights Templars Masonic Lodge. The Knights Templars are the ones that gave us what we call the Columbian faction of the Illuminati, which comes to America and founds itself in the state of New York, which comes from the old York Rite in England, from the Duke of York to old York, England, to New York, the Empire State. Then if you understand that Europe has dominated the world for almost 1,600 years, and we refer to Europe as the Old World. Therefore, the power structure of Europe is the Old World Order. That's the power structure of the Old World.
We're going to be doing some more of this. Well, George Bush is gone, but is the New World Order gone? That's kind of what we were talking about on our last show with our guest, Anthony J. Hilder from Radio Free World, and Jordan Maxwell, a social historian. And Jordan, the last time we were talking, we talked about the Illuminati and various conspiracies and all. You wanted to talk about the difference between the Old World Order and the New World Order.
Right. We're hearing this term, New World Order, and our troops are in the Middle East because of something called the New World Order. I just wanted to bring to your attention the reason for that term. Europe is referred to as the Old World, and the power structure of the Old World was referred to as the Old World Order. I mean, the old Romanov dynasties, the Rothschilds of England, the banking dynasties throughout Europe, and the whole power structure of what we call Europe was the European Old World Order, and it dominated the world for almost 1,600 years. Europe has dominated the world. But with the coming of America, or Christo Columbia, the founding of America, we now are in what we call the New World. Consequently, there is a New World power structure in Western civilization and centered in America, and so that's what George Bush is talking about. A New World Order is a New World fraternal order, because the word in the dictionary means a fraternal or knightly order, like the Masonic order, a lodge. And so what we're talking about, New World Order, is a power structure centered in the New World. And we're seeing terminologies in movies and motion pictures, like we said, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas with The Empire Strikes Back. It has to do with New York being the Empire State, the state of the new empire, connecting New York with the old York dynasty in England. And America strikes back at the old order, which is the First and Second World War. And if you understand the connections between the Vatican and the European banking families, and Europe being the Old World Order, as opposed to America being a New World Order, and the empire strikes back. And of course, the head of all Freemasons will recognize that Yoda is little Yuta, or Yota is the ideologue of the Knights Templars Freemasonic order, giving us what we call the York Rite, or New York. And so all of these things are mystical symbols and emblems, and from that we can open up a can of worms
When
on
it gets
all
down to
kinds.
the bottom line of this whole thing is one world government.
Right.
Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. They want one world, one currency, one race, one religion, and if you ever read anything from Global 2000, you'll find out that they plan to reduce the population of this planet by 25% by the year 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And how are they going to do that? Designer diseases. It's my thesis, it's Dr. Robert Strecker's thesis, that they have created AIDS and disseminated AIDS through the hepatitis B vaccine shots to the homosexual community in the United States, through the Public Health Service, and to the blacks in Senegal, Uganda, Zaire, the Central African Republic, Haiti, and Brazil, for the purpose of reducing the population of the planet by this 25%, by the year 2000, through the smallpox vaccine shots over there.
Yeah, what I have a difficult time trying to get by here, and maybe a lot of people do too, is we're uniting a lot of things. I mean, the Empire State Building with the Empire, Yoda with the Knights Templar, and now we're talking about AIDS with the government. I'm just wondering, and Christopher Columbus, I'm wondering, isn't there any part of human history where things are just the result of incompetence, where it just
But
happens?
there is a conspiracy of
Everything's part of the
this
conspiracy.
oligarchy to bring about this global government upon the ashes of the United States of America. And all of you would be enslaved or slaughtered if you don't go along with their gig,
The new plan.
the plan, the New World Order, Novus Ordo Seclorum. It's on the dollar bill. Adolf Hitler wrote it. George Bush is implementing it.
Right. You're appearing at Wembley Arena in England here, and this is one of your posters here. A global deception, and of course it has. The AIDS is a man-made disease. That's probably a big draw. A lot of people are concerned about AIDS.
It
they
is
should
a
be.
man-made disease.
And they
It was,
should
it
be
was created
concerned.
at Fort Detrick. There's no question in my mind about that. The World Health Organization went out to give these smallpox vaccine shots to the innocent blacks. And AIDS is vector-borne. AIDS is a cancer. They don't want to come up with a cure until the population of Africa has been diminished substantially. I think that black people in Africa are an endangered species. In south central Los Angeles, not far from where we are right now, at one high school with kids giving blood to the blood bank, it was discovered that there was 90% that were HIV positive. These are teenage black kids. I'm saying that AIDS is not simply epidemic or pandemic, it's mega-pandemic, and AIDS is murder. It's a designer disease, and it is a program to mass murder people on the planet, to
Talking
reduce
about-
the population.
Talking about South Central, the Illuminati began, if I'm to understand you right, on May the 1st, 1776, and you were ascribing some sort of significance to the fact that the
That-
riot we had recently
That's right.
happened on
May 1st.
April the 29th to May the 1st.
That's right. May 1st was the founding date of the Bavarian Illuminati in Germany in the year 1776. This you can find in any encyclopedia in any library. Look up the word Illuminati. Illuminati comes from illumine or illuminate, meaning the worship of light, the enlightened ones, those who are the masters who manipulate the world finance and manipulate world government. Illuminati was founded May 1st, 1776, and that's why in Soviet Union and all communist countries you have a great celebration on May Day. May Day was a symbol for, May Day was the celebration of the founding of the World Revolution Conspiracy in Germany, and then later on goes into France, into the
And I
French
hope they don't have
Grand-
to burn the city before the people see the real light of what's
and
going on.
so that's why our riot that happened here in Los Angeles happened on May 1st. It was all prearranged, pre-set up by this government had nothing to do with the people in the area. I've talked to many of the black people in the area.
You say this government. You mean you're talking about by those who control this government?
Yeah, I'm talking about those who control this government, not the government itself, but those who are behind the scenes who control this government and decide what it will and will not do.
And to control the black projects. The intelligence agency.
Are you able to zero in on exactly who these people are who are the government? The government.
The invisible government. Now, many people talk about the invisible government.
Yeah.
I talk about it as an evilarchy.
Well, are you able to zero in on
As
who
a group,
these people are in the evilarchy?
members of the Council on Foreign Relations. I'm not saying all members of the Council on Foreign Relations are Illuminist. Members of the Trilateral Commission, members of the Club of Rome, the Skull
Bohemian
and Bones
Society.
Fraternity,
Yes.
the Bohemian Society. Here's a group of presidents up there with black robes, like Klansmen, sitting around this huge bonfire at the Bohemian Grove, worshiping
we have
this
color pictures
giant
of
owl.
this. Yeah, we have color pictures of the presidents of the United States, all living presidents today, and dressed in large black robes with pointed headdresses like the Ku Klux Klan, in front of a large open fire pit, a pit of fire. In the article said that it was after 12 midnight, all the American presidents line up on this altar and worship the owl. And they said the reason why the owl is used in their worship is because it is wise, because it is able to see things in the dark. There's a message there. The owl is wise because it sees things in the dark. And that's why the presidents and the heads of state and the heads of the government that we live under all meet at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night to worship the owl.
And
This is history.
Yeah, but if you don't believe it, we will come back and do another show, and Jordan will pull out
All
picture.
the pictures.
Yes, I want to see
And you
those
can
pictures.
zero in on Gerald Ford, who has some sort of satanic shrine in his home, as I understand it,
Yeah.
from inside sources. I had talked to one fellow at this was in Anaheim years ago, at Knott's Berry Farm, after a Billy James Hargis meeting, who had claimed to be a member of some witches' coven, and he'd mentioned 2 congressmen which were involved in satanic cults, and they were, I guess, warlocks. And I only remembered one, because he was the #1 congressman for the Republican Party, the House Minority Leader, Gerald Ford, then later the selected, non-elected president, who then selected the non-elected vice president, Nelson Rockefeller. So we had a president and vice president of the United States that were not elected by us, but selected by them. And if you take a look at the administrations of Ronald Reagan, who said that Jimmy Carter should be criticized, or he criticized Carter for having had 18 members of the Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission appointed to key positions in his administration. Ronald Reagan had in excess of 200. He is as phony as a $3 bill.
And
Ronald Reagan is not a right-winger, folks. He is a phony. He is a phony.
he was known in
He
Hollywood
is
as
a
Red
phony.
Ronnie.
Red Ronnie, yeah. Red Ronnie.
You've indicated that this conspiracy has some goal that they want to accomplish by the year 2000.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could spell that out
Now,
for me.
I've done an article called Global 2000. There's a thing out there, and you've read it in Life magazine. You've seen the front cover of the NASA SETI program. I mean, you've seen the big picture from outer space, and they've talked about $100 million investment, $100 million to invest to find out whether there is extraterrestrial intelligence. Well, they got something going here. You remember War of the Worlds?
The radio broadcaster
Yes,
book.
by Orson Welles, 1939.
Yes.
Well, we've got something else coming in. They're going to make the announcement that they have discovered extraterrestrial intelligence. And this will frighten the people of the world and say, oh my God, how can we deal with this as a nation? But we can only deal with it as the United Nations. Yes, we're going to have a United Nations, a one-world government. Yeah, it's necessary, they're going to say. It's absolutely necessary. Why?
Tell me.
to defend ourselves from those little green men, from the aliens that are out there. They will make that announcement. And the whole program is phony, it's fixed, it's set up, and you're going to be the patsy unless you understand what's going down and who's doing what to whom.
And if you think that's far-fetched, just remember that the Soviet Union was put before us in our media, in our television, in our radio, in our newspapers as being an evil empire, a frightening, powerful, evil, militaristic empire.
Who can't even feed its own people.
And now today we find it's like the Wizard of Oz. He comes out from behind the curtain. We find out they've been starving all their life. They can't even grow enough potatoes to make vodka. They have to import the potatoes. They haven't even got a railroad track across their country. They're starving. They have always been starving. They're broke, and the only military materials they had is the stuff that we sent to them that we are not using anymore, shells of rockets, shells of planes, and it's just an evil empire on paper.
Dwayne,
They're starving.
You asked about this Luciferian thing by the year 2000. I was concerned when they sent up the Galileo mission, because they sent up the Galileo mission to explore the planet Jupiter. That went up in 87 or so? Something like that. It's already gone. It's on its way, folks. It's going to Jupiter. It's going to reach the planet by 1995. It's going to circle the planet. And then by 1999, it's going to be drawn into the planet where it will simply explode. What does it have on it? It's got 49 and a quarter pounds of plutonium, enough for, well, let's say 10 hydrogen bombs. What is the atmosphere of Jupiter made up of? Hydrogen. Now, this, if it were to be ignited, would give us a second sun.
Right.
And I thought, my God, the year 2000, a second sun. I said, where have I read that before? Something struck me. I said, wait a minute, Arthur C. Clarke, 2010, Odyssey 2. I went back to the last chapter. Guess what the last chapter's called? Lucifer Rising. And he talks about the ignition of the planet Jupiter by the year 2010. And he said at the very end of the book, you can read it, go to the library, pick it up, look at it. He said that the NASA space program was interested, Dr. Robert Jethro, I think it was, or Jethro, was interested in this particular thesis for the Galileo mission. So we're talking about a space exploration program that not only is going to go, it went up. That was in 1982. This was sent up 5 years later. It's already on its way. If that thing ignites, it would give us a dual solar system.
So what we're talking about is
and they
two
would
suns.
rename the planet from Jupiter to Lucifer.
Right.
And that's exactly what Arthur C. Clarke talks about in 2010. So we're talking about Lucifer 2000.
There'll be no more nighttime, so there'll be no more opportunity for crime at night. There will be more sun now because you have two suns now in our solar system.
And the increase of the growing system, like the
system.
Matanuska Valley north of Anchorage.
And this may sound
Alaska.
pretty far-fetched, but you had better look at the facts. The fact is that this thing is carrying plutonium. It's going to Jupiter, and they know what it's going to do when it does crash. So
and this NASA SETE program could be used as a vehicle to frighten the people of the planet into surrendering their sovereignty and to accepting a one-world government. And we're talking about a group out here called the Federal Emergency Management Association,
Right.
which came in mass when the riots took place. They create chaos,
as a matter
and
of
they
fact,
create control.
over the world headquarters in Switzerland of the World Masonic Headquarters for World Freemasonry, over the door is Ordo ab Chao, which is Latin for order out of chaos. And all Freemasons know that term, Ordo ab Chao. Order out of chaos. The concept is to create chaos, to create the problems. Then while the people are frightened to death of all the crime, and everything that seems to be out of control, a riotous situation, the government then moves in with justification. In order to put down this terrible chaos, they must have full power of the military, full obedience of the people to give the government full power to do whatever they want. That's why we're having all over the world wars, riots, bloodshed, famines, all kinds of things happening around the world. It's being manipulated. It's being orchestrated. Not just for Los Angeles.
It's conflict control.
Conflict control.
There's been more wars since the creation of the United Nations than before the creation of the United Nations. More wars since 1945 to 1992 than from the beginning of time through 1945.
Let me explain
and the people
this
who
one
created
point.
the Council, the United Nations, were from the Council on Foreign Relations,
Yes.
including Alger Hiss, the first Secretary General of the United Nations Organizational
Let me
Conference.
just say,
in
when
1945.
fundamentalists kind of talk about their ideas that kind of parallel to this, they at least have what they consider to be some ray of hope that Christ will come down and save us all, or something like that. Do the two
free
of you,
world.
individual, whatever, have any kind of hope or anything that you can
Yes,
give us?
the creation of a free world alliance.
A free world alliance.
A free world
what is
alliance.
that?
That's the creation of many, many, many different nations where individual rights and sovereignty is respected so that we can do our own thing in our own time. I'm talking about laissez-faire. I'm talking about free enterprise.
Sounds like
not corporate
libertarianism.
socialism like we have right now.
Would it be fair to call you libertarian or not?
I'm an anarcho-capitalist, libertarian, quasi-conservative. I believe in conserving not the status quo, but conserving freedom. And these freedoms that we have are drifting away. They're going through our fingers like water or sand. We've got to grasp hold of the Constitution. We have to use that document or we're going to lose it.
And the problem is education. That's where the real power is in the educating of people. Myself, I'm not looking for anyone to come back, no Messiah to come back to help. I'm not looking to any of this. My belief is that knowledge is the thing that's needed. People need to wake up and discover who is running their government, what the symbols of government mean, what these emblems mean. When they see the national coat of arms, the flags, the emblems, the seals, the symbols, all of these things mean something. Educate yourself. Find out where it came from. That's the only hope I see for the human race, is the human race itself waking up to find out we've been had.
But the oligarchy has, the oligarchy has a Messiah, Lord Maitreya. I call him Lord Betraya, who's wrapped in with the Theosophical Society, wrapped in with all of this Luciferian crap. You go up to Little Satan place, Ojai Valley, and I was raised up there in Ojai Valley. You're going to find the Blavatskyites, and you're going to find the Krishnamurti group right next door in the Meditation Mountain. And I believe they're going to try to introduce this Lord Maitreya as the Jesus, the Buddha, as the new Muhammad. He's going to be all things to all people. And they're going to be talking about a global government. And we have to unify. We have to dissolve all of our differences and sort of come into one amalgamated, homogenized group.
Let me also bring out that Adam Weishaupt in his writings talked about if a group wanted to take over the world, and which would be a totally impossible mission. But if they, and incidentally, that's where we get Mission Impossible from Impossible Mission Force, which, if you remember in the movie, Impossible Mission Force was IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund, and the Impossible Mission Force was always working for the government, overthrowing kings, rulers, and princes, but of course the government had nothing to do with it. And they were
the bad guys,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the one world oligarchies are the good guys, of course.
Yeah, and television has been doing this for years. And they have movies like Get Smart. And in Get Smart, what did you have? You had the two sides, chaos and control. Again, we have ordo ab chaos, chaos and control. That's the way you get control, is by causing chaos.
It's Hegelian politics.
Yeah, Hegelian dialectics.
The
right.
illusionary right, the Nazis, National Socialists, and the communists. Now, the Nazis believed in total government. The communists believed in total government. You say, well, gee, I'm not over there, I'm sort of down the middle, and you're half Nazi, half communist. Adolf Hitler said, basically, National Socialism and Marxism are the same.
Yeah.
He said that on February 5th, 1941.
He said
they're
identical.
the same.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is that when you get back to the original symbols and emblems of the secret societies, and you understand, as Adam Weishaupt wrote, which is what I was going to bring out, Adam Weishaupt wrote that the one thing that will bring all nations together, all peoples together, because there's so much differences between races and individuals, but the one thing all individuals will come together for is to save their own hide. So if you can create enough bloodshed, enough violence, enough anarchy, if you can finance, organize, and direct it correctly to cause enough civil unrest and civil law unrest.
How about creating a new world order by creating what? The illusion that there are men from outer space. There won't be simply a war of the world. This is a war that is declared against the world, and that's what they're trying to bring about. If you take a look at the background of George Bush, take a look at the background of Adolf Hitler. Where did he get his money? Senator
Adolf Hitler,
Prescott
yeah.
Bush was involved as the chief man at Brown Brothers Harriman. Brown Brothers Harriman was involved in the financing of Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler...
So was General Motors, General Electric,
Standard
DuPont,
Oil.
Standard Oil. All of these corporations got to be large corporations because they were financing both sides during the Second World War. And that's...
It's conflict control.
It's conflict, yeah.
World War
conflict
II
control.
was engineered. Wars like bridges are engineered. They're created.
You don't think the people that own...
This doesn't happen by accident.
You don't think the people who run the Ford Motor Company or General Electric get up in the morning and have their meeting and decide what they're going to do today?
Well, we can only hope.
No, they don't plan what they're going to do today. People, they have highly trained people who know what the company is going to be doing 10 years from today. They have an agenda. They know how much oil is going to be needed 10 years from today, how much rubber, how much glass. They have to know these things. You have to plan for an international corporations 10, 20 years ahead of time. And if you think they do it, you have to know that this government does it. And if you understand that things are planned for the future.
When the tomb at Yale University was violated, when they broke in, they went into one room and here's all of this Nazi paraphernalia. This is the fraternity
Yale
where
University.
George Bush, laid nude in the coffin, was born again into the Satanic Order. They go into one room. Here's all of the Nazi paraphernalia.
Jimmy Carter used to talk about how he was thrice born, and all the Christians said, oh, that means he was born again.
Right.
No, he said thrice born. Freemasons know what that means. If you're an occultist or into Freemasonry, you know what the term thrice born means. Hasn't got a thing to do with Christianity. It means that you have been initiated into the secret society.
Okay, we're running out of time quickly here, and
We're running out of time as a nation.
Yeah.
well, this is certainly a tall order. I mean, I used to think that Campus Crusades Jesus 2000 was a bit far-fetched to win the world to Christ, and now I'm hearing all this. This is
Well, they want to win the world for Satan.
Yeah.
They want a Luciferian 2000 program in their initiative.
We're talking about
Right.
the Illuminati, not the Campus Crusade.
What we need to do is incite
Right.
a revelation to avoid a revolution.
Jordan, we can see him on Ancient Mysteries of the Bible, Part 2, coming up sometime next
Sometime
year.
probably in March or whatever.
And we can hear Anthony Hilder on Radio Free World. I'd like to thank the two of you for coming here, and I'd like to invite you to come back when you got some pictures and stuff that you could show me, because
Absolutely.
I'd love to see some of these pictures.
We will come back with pictures. Jordan's got them all.
Yep.
I'll tell you
I
that.
want to see Gerald Ford in a Klan uniform.
Okay.
I got to see that.
It's a black Klansman
All
outfit.
right.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. And I'm William Cooper, the man William Jefferson Clinton named in a White House memo, which Rush Limbaugh read on the air, as the most dangerous radio host in America. And just stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to know why, you'll find out. And it will be obvious. For those of you who would like to
hook up to our website, let me give you the address. It's http://www.telepath.com/believer. That's http://www.telepath, that's TELEPATH, telepath.com/believer, BELIEVER. Plug yourself into our website, folks, and you'll find a world of information that you never knew existed, and might even lead you into some avenues that you never considered before. Also, if you'd like to order a copy of Oklahoma City Day One, you may do so by calling 1-800-888-9999. You can order it with any credit card. That's 1-800-888-9999. For Oklahoma City Day One, it's $34.95 post-paid. And you can order it by calling 1-800-888-9999 with any credit card. Or you can send $34.95 to the Harvest Trust. Make your check or money order payable to the Harvest Trust and send it to the Harvest Trust, P.O. Box 2470. That's P.O. Box 2470, Pine Top, Arizona. That's Pine Top, Arizona, 85935. That's 85935. Once again, the Harvest Trust, P.O. Box 2470, Pine Top, Arizona, 85935. That is the new address for the Harvest Trust, so if you're still got the old address laying around, get rid of it. Write the new address down, folks. Our office hours are 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. Monday through Friday. And please only use this phone number for conducting business with the Harvest Trust. That's 520-333-4578. 520-333-4578. That's the only number that you should use for transacting any business with Harvest Trust. And you'll reach my secretary, Connie. If you want to inquire about an order that you've placed, call Annie at 520-333-5698. That's 520-333-5698. If you've got a question about anything that you've ordered, she's there right now, so you can call her at that number, and she'll be happy to help you. Also, the number of Southwest International Trading, which is one of our sponsors, 1-800-295-2432. That's 1-800-295-2432. If you'd like to buy Survival Pack number 1 or Survival Pack number 2, I haven't talked to Gene, and I haven't been notified that we've received 100 callers on Survival Pack number 2 yet, so it seems to be still open. Survival Pack number 1 is 1 1/10 ounce Gold Eagle, 1 British Gold Sovereign, 1 1/2 roll Silver Eagle dollars, and 1 roll of what are known as junk dimes, 90% silver dimes. All for the ridiculously low price of $250. That's 1-800-295-2432. Or Survival Pack number 2, that's 4 1/10 ounce Gold Eagles and 1 roll of junk quarters. It's 90% silver quarters. All for the ridiculously low price of $220 post-paid. That's 4 1/10 ounce Gold Eagle coins and 1 roll of what are known as junk quarters, all for the ridiculously low price of only $220 post-paid. Now, this offer is limited to the first 100 callers. I don't know how many people have called, folks. All I know is Gene has not told me that he's reached 100 callers yet, so you still have a chance to get in on this deal. The number is 1-800-295-2432. That's 1-800-295-2432. Remember, every dollar you spend with Southwest International Trading brings you security in the form of precious metals to protect the assets that you have against an economic collapse or economic emergency. And you will help at the same time to fund the Worldwide Freedom Radio Network, the Hour of the Time, and all of our other wonderful programming. So take advantage of these wonderful offers right now and help protect your assets against an economic emergency. Let me see. What's next? Yeah. If you would like, folks, to lower your long distance phone rate, both out of state and in state, doesn't make any difference. We can help you do that. We can give you a long distance plan in your state and out of your state that's only 10 cents a minute. And that's 10 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, as long as you're a customer. So if you are interested in that, we can get you switched over right away. Call Connie between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Monday, and she'll answer all your questions and get you signed up and get you switched. There's no hitch. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to sell anything. You don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have to pay anything later except for a $1 per month service charge. And that's the lowest service charge in the telephone industry, ladies and gentlemen. And by golly, 10 cents a minute's nothing to laugh at. It can cost you an awful lot to make long-distance phone calls. So we help you by lowering your phone bill, which gives you more money in your pocket, and at the same time, you're helping to fund the Worldwide Freedom Radio Network, the Hour of the Time, and all of our other wonderful programming that we're bringing to you now. And we've expanded our programming Monday through Friday nights to 6 hours now. And so that's great. And we're going to continue to expand as we continue to generate the revenue to be able to do that. Revenue. What am I talking about? To generate the funds to be able to do that. And we will bring you more and more of the most wonderful programs that you've ever heard before. Those of you who have been listening to the music that we play, you know that this is a very special network. You don't hear this music anywhere else. And you can listen to us for a long time before you ever hear the same tune played twice. And if you do, it's by another artist. So, folks, don't forget, right after this broadcast is over, we've got 5 more hours of programming on the Worldwide Freedom Radio Network. And if you're an affiliate station and you're not carrying this programming, you're missing a great bet. So listen in. And if you like it, carry it on your affiliate station. And if you're a listener on satellite or however you're listening to this broadcast, and we hope you enjoy it. We'd like to hear your feedback. Send us a letter and let us know. Harvest Trust, P.O. Box 2470, Pine Top, Arizona 85935. Also, our annual trip to Area 51 will be made over the Labor Day weekend. And I can only take 21 people. That's it, period. No more. That's all I'm taking. I can't take you if you offer me $1 million if I've already got 21 people. So you need to get your money in now. Don't wait. Don't think that you might not make it. Just send your money in immediately. And when we've got 21 people signed up and paid for, if we get your check or money order after that, we'll send it right back to you. And I will make an announcement on the radio that the Area 51 trip is full. Now, somebody last year tried going out there and just sort of joining the group. That won't work, folks. That won't work at all. So don't think about that either. Okay? So if you want to get in on it, it's $250 for members, $300 for non-members. Get your check or money order in immediately. If you've got small children, call us, and we'll find out what we can do about a special price or letting them come for nothing. But they've got to be able to sleep in the same bed with you because, if they take up a bed, they're going to pay the price for that bed and for those meals and things. So, we'll figure it out. We'll work with you, but give me a call at 520-333-4578 between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Fridays. Okay, folks? Now, today I'm going to do what I said I was going to do yesterday, and I want you to pay attention, take notes, because this is incredible. I'm going to give you a book review. I'm just going to read a little portion of a book. I'm going to tell you what the book is. If you like it, go buy it. If you don't. I don't get any money from it. I'm not selling the book. This is just something that, you know how I am, folks. I think if I think you should be reading something, I'll let you know. Don't go away. I'll be right back with the book review. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to read you an essay from a book. And I think you're going to enjoy this. going to open your mind a little bit and let some sunshine in, give you some alternatives to consider. The book is called Electrogravitics Systems, Reports on a New Propulsion Methodology by Thomas Vallone. That's V as in Victor, A-L-O-N-E, and he's got a few initials after his name, M-A-P-E. That's Electrogravitics Systems, Reports on a New Propulsion Methodology by Thomas Vallone, M-A-P-E. And this essay is from the book. And I'm reading this to you as a book review so that if you think this is interesting, you go down and buy the book and read it. It's called The U.S. Anti-Gravity Squadron by Paul A. LaViolette, Ph.D. And it's extremely interesting, so pay close attention, ladies and gentlemen. If I don't finish it today, I will on Monday. For many years, rumors circulated that the United States was secretly developing a highly advanced radar-evading aircraft. Rumor turned to reality in November of 1988, when the Air Force unveiled the B-2 Advanced Technology Bomber. Although military spokesmen provided the news media with some information about the craft's outward design and low radar and infrared profile, there was much they were silent about. However, several years later, some key secrets about the B-2 were leaked to the press. On March 2nd, 1992, Tonto was sitting around the fire while the Long Ranger went in... Oh, wrong book. Sorry, folks. On March 9th, 1992, Aviation Week and Space Technology magazine made a surprising disclosure that the B-2 electrostatically charges its exhaust stream and the leading edges of its wing-like body. Those familiar with the electrogravitics research of American physicist T. Townsend Brown will quickly realize that this is tantamount to stating that the B-2 is able to function as an anti-gravity aircraft. Did I get your attention with that little deviation there? Well, that's exactly what I meant to do. You never know what you're going to hear, folks, so pay attention. Aviation Week obtained their information about the B-2 from a small group of renegade West Coast scientists and engineers who were formerly associated with black research projects. In making these disclosures, these scientists broke a code of silence that rivals the mafia's. They took the risk because they felt that it was important, for economic reasons, that efforts be made to declassify certain black technologies for commercial use. Two of these individuals said that their civil rights had been blatantly abused in the name of security, either to keep them quiet or to prevent them from leaving the tightly controlled black research and development community. Now, several months after Aviation Week published the article, black world security personnel went into high gear. That sector of the black research and development community received very strong warnings, and as a result, the group of scientists subsequently broke off contact with the magazine. Now, clearly, the overseers of black research and development programs were substantially concerned about the information leaks that had come out in that article. To completely understand the significance of what was said about the B-2, one must first become familiar with Brown's work. Beginning in the mid-1920s, Townsend Brown discovered that it is possible to create an artificial gravity field by charging an electrical capacitor to a high voltage. He specially built a capacitor which utilized a heavy, high-charge accumulating, high K-factor dielectric material between its plates, and found that when charges with between 70,000 to 300,000 volts, it would move in the direction of its positive pole. When oriented with its positive side up, it would proceed to lose about 1% of its weight. He attributed this motion to an electrostatically induced gravity field acting between the capacitor's oppositely charged plates. And by 1958, he had succeeded in developing a 15-inch diameter model saucer that could lift over 110% of its weight. Brown's experiments had launched a new field of investigation, which came to be known as electrogravitics, the technology of controlling gravity through the use of high-voltage electric charge. As early as 1952, an Air Force Major General witnessed a demonstration in which Brown flew a pair of 18-inch disc airfoils suspended from opposite ends of a rotatable arm. When electrified with 50,000 volts, they circuited at a speed of 12 miles per hour. And about a year later, he flew a set of 3-foot diameter saucers for some Air Force officials and representatives from a number of major aircraft companies. When energized with 150,000 volts, the discs sped around the 50-foot diameter course so fast that the subject was immediately classified. The Interavia magazine later reported that the discs would attain speeds of several hundred miles per hour when charged with several 100,000 volts. Brown's discs were charged with a high positive voltage on a wire running along their leading edge and a high negative voltage on a wire running around their trailing edge. As the wires ionized the air around them, a dense cloud of positive ions would form ahead of the craft, and corresponding clouds of negative ions would form behind the craft. Brown's research indicated that, like the charged plates of his capacitors, these ion clouds induced a gravitational force directed in the minus to plus direction. Now, as the disk moved forward in the response to its self-generated gravity field, it would carry with it its positive and negative ion clouds and their associated electrogravity gradient. Consequently, the disks would ride their advancing gravity wave much like surfers ride an ocean wave. Dr. Mason Rose, one of Townsend's colleagues, described the disk's principle of operation as follows. The saucers made by Brown have no propellers, no jets, no moving parts at all. They create a modification of the gravitational field around themselves, which is analogous to putting them on the incline of a hill. They act like a surfboard on a wave. The electrogravitational saucer creates its own hill, which is a local distortion of the gravitational field. Then it takes this hill with it in any chosen direction and at any rate. The occupants of one of Brown's saucers would feel no stress at all, no matter how sharp the turn or how great the acceleration. This is because the ship and its occupants and the load are all responding equally to the wave-like distortion of the local gravitation field. Now, although skeptics at first thought that the disks were propelled by more mundane effects such as the pressure of negative ions striking the positive electrode, Brown later carried out vacuum chamber tests which proved that a force was present even in the absence of such ion thrust. He did not offer a theory to explain this non-conventional electrogravitic phenomenon, except to say that it was predicted neither by general relativity nor by modern theories of electromagnetism. However, recent advances in theoretical physics provide a rather straightforward explanation of the principle. According to the Nobel physics of subquantum kinetics, gravity potential can adopt two polarities instead of one. Not only can a gravity field exist in the form of a matter-attracting gravity potential well, as standard physics teaches, but it can also exist in the form of a matter-repelling gravity potential hill. Moreover, it predicts that these gravity polarities should be directly matched with electrical polarity. Positively charged particles, such as protons, generating gravity wells, and negatively charged particles, such as electrons, generating gravity hills. Thus, contrary to conventional theory, the electron produces a matter-repelling gravity field. Electrical neutral matter remains gravitationally attractive because of the proton's G-well marginally dominates the electron's G-hill. So consequently, subquantum kinetics predicts that the negative ion cloud behind Brown's disk should form a matter-repelling gravity hill, while the positive ion cloud ahead of the disk should form a matter-attracting gravity well. So as increasing voltage is applied to the disk, the gravity potential hill and well become increasing prominent and the gravity potential gradient between them increasingly steep. In Rose's terminology, the craft would find itself on the incline of a gravitational hill. Since gravity force is known to increase in accordance with the steepness of such a gravity potential slope, increased voltage would induce an increasingly strong gravity force on the disk, and it would act in the direction of the positive ion cloud. The disk would behave as if it were being tugged by a very strong gravitational field emanating from an invisible planet-sized mass positioned beyond its positive pole. Now, early in 1952, ladies and gentlemen, Brown had put together a proposal codenamed Project Winter Haven, which suggested that the military developed an anti-gravity combat saucer with Mach 3 capability. The 1956 intelligence study entitled Electrogravitics Systems, an Explanation of Electrostatic Motion, Dynamic Countervary, and Barocentric Control, prepared by the private aviation intelligence firm Aviation Studies International Limited, indicates that as early as November 1954, the Air Force had begun plans to fund research that would accomplish Project Winter Haven's objectives. This study, originally classified confidential, mentions the name of more than 10 major aircraft companies which were actively involved in the electrogravitics research in an attempt to duplicate or extend Brown's seminal work. Additional information is to be found in another aviation intelligence report entitled The Gravitics Situation. Now, since that time, much of the work in anti-gravity has proceeded in Air Force black projects on a relatively large, and I mean large, scale. One indication, folks, that Brown's electrogravitics ideas were being researched by the aerospace industry surfaced in January 1968 at an aerospace sciences meeting held in New York. Northrop officials reported that they were beginning wind tunnel studies to research the aerodynamic effects of applying high voltage charges to the leading edges of aircraft bodies. Now, they said that they expected that the resulting electrical potential would ionize air molecules upwind of the aircraft, and that the resulting repulsive electrical forces would condition the airstream so as to lower drag, reduce heating, and soften the supersonic boom. Although the author of that article speculated that Northrop might be negatively charging the aircraft's leading edge, the sonic barrier effects can also be accomplished with a positive charge, as Brown originally suggested. Although this sonic cushion effect is purely electrostatic, Northrop apparently got the idea for investigating this effect directly from Brown, for his electrokinetic flying disc patent explains that the positively charged leading edge electrode would produce just this effect. Brown states, by using such a nose form, which at present appears to be best suited for flying speeds approaching or exceeding the speed of sound, I am able to produce an ionization of the atmosphere in the immediate region of this foremost position of the mobile vehicle. I believe that this ionization facilitates piercing sonic barrier and minimizes the abruptness with which the transition takes place in passing from subsonic velocities to supersonic velocities. Now, also in his 1952 paper on Brown's saucers, Dr. Rose stated, the Townsend-Brown experiments indicate that the positive field, which is traveling in front of the saucer, acts as a buffer wing, which starts moving the air out of the way. This field acts as an entering wedge which softens the sonic barrier. Interestingly, in 1981, the Pentagon contracted the Northrop Corporation to work on the highly classified B-2 Advanced Technology Bomber. Northrop's past experience in airframe electrostatics must have been a key factor contributing to its winning of this contract, for Aviation Week reported that the B-2 uses electrostatic field generating techniques in its wing leading edges to help it minimize aerodynamic turbulence and thereby reduce its radar cross-section. The very same article mentions that the B-2 also charges its jet engine exhaust stream, which has the effect of rapidly cooling its exhaust and thereby remarkably reducing its thermal signature. Now, although these disclosures were framed in the context of enhancing the B-2's radar invisibility, in fact, they are part of the B-2's anti-gravitic drive capability. With a positively charged wing leading edge and a negatively charged exhaust system, the B-2 would function essentially as an electrogravitic aircraft. Just as in Townsend Brown's flying discs, the positive and negative ion clouds would produce a locally altered gravity field that would cause the B-2 to feel a forward-directed gravitic force. Now, this design is also very similar to the saucer craft that Brown described in his electrokinetic generator patent. The craft Brown proposed was to be powered by a flame jet generator, a high-voltage power supply that had the advantage of being both efficient and relatively lightweight. His generator design utilizes a jet engine with an electrified needle mounter in the exhaust nozzle to produce negative ions in the jet's exhaust system. The negatively ionized exhaust is then discharged through a number of nozzles at the rear of the craft. As the minus charges leave the craft in this manner, an increasingly greater potential difference develops between the jet engine body and the negatively charged exhaust cloud behind the craft. So by electrically insulating the engines and conveying their positive charges forward to a wire running along the vehicle's leading edge, the required positively charged ion cloud is built up at the front of the vehicle. A metallic surface of wire grid positioned near the exhaust stream exit collects some of the high-voltage electrons, and this recycled power is used to run the exhaust ionizers. Brown estimated that such a generator could produce potentials as high as 15 million volts across his craft.
Rumors circulating among people close to the project allege that the B-2 does utilize anti-gravity technology, so our conjecture that the B-2 incorporates an electrogravitic drive appears to be substantially correct. If this is true, the B-2 is the first mass-produced anti-gravity vehicle to be displayed to the public, and the key words are to be displayed to the public. It is the final realization of the kind of craft that Brown had proposed in Project Winter Haven and that the 1956 Aviation Studies Report had disclosed was beginning to be developed by the military in late 1954. The secrecy that has so tightly surrounded the B-2 most likely does not as much concern its radar evading technology as it does its anti-gravity propulsion technology, although both are probably closely intertwined. The use of such non-conventional propulsion technology would explain the B-2's high price tag, which has averaged well over $1 billion, that's billion with a B, $1 billion per aircraft. Although the Black World scientists mentioned nothing about electrogravitics in their Aviation Week disclosure about the B-2, they did admit to the existence of very dramatic classified technologies applicable to aircraft control and propulsion. They were especially hesitant to discuss these projects, noting that they are very black, which means secret, ladies and gentlemen. One of them commented, "Besides, it would take about 20 hours to explain the principles, and very few people would understand them anyway." Apparently what he meant is that this aircraft control and propulsion technology is based upon physics principles
that go way beyond what is currently known and understood by most academic physicists and certainly by the public. Indeed, by all normal standards, electrogravitics is a very exotic propulsion science. The B-2's body design raises suspicions that the aircraft is indeed an electrogravitic vehicle. A primary design criterion for an electrogravitic craft is that it have a large horizontal disposed surface area so as to permit the development of a sufficiently strong anti-gravity lift force. Now, as Townsend Brown's experiments demonstrated, such an aircraft need not necessarily be disc-shaped. Triangular and square-shaped forms also exhibit anti-gravity lift when electrified, although disc shapes give the best performance. The triangular platforms used in the B-2 and other advanced stealth aircraft may have been deemed better for reasons of their much lower radar cross-section. Interestingly, folks, one of the central features of the B-2's classified technology is the makeup of its hull's outer surface. Authorities tell us that the hull is composed of highly classified radar-absorbing material. Ceramic dielectrics are a likely choice for the B-2, since unlike many lossy dielectrics, which function as radar wave absorbers, they are lossless and hence transparent to radar waves. More importantly, ceramic dielectrics also have the ability to store large amounts of high-voltage charge. Could the B-2's outer ram layer be fabricated from an advanced high-K, high-density dielectric ceramic, a material capable of exerting an enormous electrogravitic lift force when charged? Knowing that high-voltage charge is applied to the B-2's surface, the notion that its body surface is designed to function as a giant high-voltage capacitor does not seem so far-fetched. Given that the outer ram skin is a key component of the B-2's highly secret electrogravitic propulsion system, it is not surprising that special care would be taken to keep its composition secret. Evidence that the B-2 might indeed use a high-density ceramic ram comes from information leaked by the above-mentioned Black World scientists who disclosed about the development of low-radar observability dielectric ceramics made from powdered, depleted uranium. The material is said to have approximately 92% the bulk density of uranium, which would give it a specific gravity of about 17.5, as opposed to about 6 for barium titanate dielectrics. Thus, the new material has about 3 times the density of the high-K ceramics that were being tested in the 1950s, and hence would develop at least 3 times the electrogravitic pull. The B-2's positively charged leading edge, another key component of its propulsion technology, was also a matter of special concern to Northrop's designers. According to Aviation Week, the bomber's leading edges posed a particularly challenging production problem on the first aircraft. The leading edge ionizer is most probably a conductive strip that runs along the B-2's sharp prow and is electrically charged to upwards of many millions of volts. As the B-2 moves forward, its electrified leading edge deflects the approaching airstream to either side so that a large fraction of the generated positive ions are carried away from its body surface and are prevented from immediately contacting and neutralizing the negative ions in the B-2's exhaust charges ahead of and behind itself, which subject it to a large gravitational potential gradient. Now, this artificially produced gravitational gradient, ladies and gentlemen, would steepen as the B-2 attains higher speeds and deflects its positive ions outward with increasing force. Hence, the B-2's electrogravitic drive would operate more efficiently when the craft was moving at higher speeds. Best results would be obtained when the B-2 was traveling at supersonic speeds. Positive ions from its leading edge would become entrained in the upwind sonic shock front and flow away from the craft through that sonic boundary layer to later converge on the negatively charged exhaust stream. although military sources claim that the B-2 is a subsonic vehicle, in all likelihood it is capable of supersonic flight. Probably this capability was not disclosed in order to avoid raising curiosity about how the craft generates the required thrust. Both in subsonic and supersonic flight, the deflected positive ions would form an ellipsoidal sheath as they circuited around the B-2. The B-2's forward positive ion sheath would act very much like an extended positively charged electrode surface. Thus, the electrogravitic force propelling the B-2 would arise not just from the leading edge electrode, but also from the entire positively charged forward ion sheath. The positive and negative ion space charge distributions would very much resemble the charge configuration that Brown employed in some of his later electrogravitic experiments. Brown noted that he obtained a greater electrogravitic thrust when the positive electrode was curved and made much larger than his negative electrode. He also stated that the apparatus produced greater thrust if the dielectric constant of the intervening dielectric rod increased along its length so as to produce a non-uniform electric field relative to the positively charged canopy. This describes precisely the characteristic of the B-2's trailing exhaust system. At increasing distances from the craft, the negative ions progressively slow down and become more concentrated, thereby creating a non-linear electrogravitic field along the length of the exhaust stream. Thus, the B-2's ion sheath is optimally configured as an electrogravitic drive. Each of the B-2's leading edges is segmented into 8 sections, separated from one another by 10-centimeter wide struts. Quite possibly, the struts electrically isolate the sections from one another so that they may be individually electrified. In this way, through proper control of the applied voltage, it would be possible to gravitically steer the craft. Brown had suggested a similar idea as a way of steering his saucer craft way back in the 50s. The leading edge section, positioned in front of the air scoops, most likely are sparingly electrified so as to prevent positive ions from entering the engine ducts and neutralizing the negative ions being produced there. These two non-electrified leading edge sections would be ideal places to mount forward-looking radar antenna, since the ion plasma sheath produced by the other leading edge sections would form a barrier that would interfere with radar signal transmission. In fact, the B-2's 2 Hughes aircraft radar units are mounted precisely on these leading edge locations right in front of the air intakes, lending so much credibility to the supposition put forth in this paper. The 1956 Electrogravitic Systems report suggested that there may be a division of responsibility in the program to develop a Mach 3 electrogravitic aircraft, that the condenser assembly, which is the core of the main structure, be developed by an airframe manufacturer, and that the flame jet generator, which provides the electrostatic energy for the craft, be developed by companies specializing in jet engine technology. Consistent with that suggestion, we find that Northrop, a company experienced in aircraft electrostatics, was contracted to develop the B-2's airframe, and that General Electric, a company experienced in the development of jet engines and superconducting electrical generators, was contracted to develop the B-2's engines. In fact, the report mentions General Electric as one of the companies involved in early electrogravitics work. Also, it is known that in 1959, Townsend Brown conducted electrogravitics vacuum chamber experiments at the General Electric aerospace facilities. Now, folks, authorities claim that the Stealth is powered by 4 General Electric F-118 GE-100 jet engines similar to those used in the F-16 fighter. However, the absence of forceful exhaust thrust from the B-2, especially at takeoff, leads us to suspect that the B-2 does not operate on a conventional jet thrust principle. Rather, its engines more likely are designed to function as flame jet high-voltage generators. The propulsive force lofting the craft then would come not so much from the jet exhaust thrust as it would from the electrogravitic force field electrically powered by the jet's generators. Such flame jet generators also would account for the presence of ions, which Aviation Week says are present in the B-2's exhaust system. As in Brown's saucer, the engine body would acquire a high positive charge as it exhausted negative ions. Presumably, the engine is electrically insulated from the aircraft hull, and its positive charges are conducted forward to power the leading-edge ionizers. The B-2's GE engines are reported to each be capable of putting out 19,000 pounds of thrust. Consequently, all 4 engines together should provide the B-2 with a total output of about 140,000 horsepower, which translates into electrical power output of about 25 megawatts, assuming 30% conversion efficiency. Now, this horsepower estimate is based upon the assumption that the jets would be able to propel the craft to a velocity of about 600 miles per hour, which is Mach 0.8. By comparison, the November 1954 Aviation Report concluded that a 35-foot diameter electrogravitic combat disc would need to have access to about 50 megawatts of power in order to attain Mach 3 flight speeds. So it appears that the magnitude of the B-2's power output is in the right ballpark. When the B-2 was unveiled in 1988, one Air Force official commented that the B-2 uses a system of baffles to mix cool intake air with its hot exhaust gases so as to cool the gases and thereby make them less visible to infrared-guided missiles. Although infrared invisibility might be a side benefit, most likely the real purpose for diluting the exhaust is to greatly increase the flow volume and hence the ability of the exhaust stream to eject negative charges from the craft. Much of the air entering the B-2's intake scoops probably bypasses the flame jet intake and is mixed with the jet's hot ionized exhaust flame jet intake and is... Let me read that sentence again, folks, just to make sure that it's clear, because I think I got a little mixed up. Much of the air entering the B-2's intake scoops probably bypasses the flame jet intake and is mixed with the jet's hot ionized exhaust. Additional ions would be injected into the combined airstream by means of additional downstream electrodes. This augmented volume of ionized gases would then discharge through the low rectangular exhaust nozzles positioned near the rear of the B-2's wing. As the exhaust stream leaves the nozzles, they contact the titanium-coated over-wing exhaust ducts. These open duct sections may function as rear electrical grids that collect million-volt electrons from the exhaust streams and recycle them to power the exhaust and wing air ionizers. This would be done in the same fashion as Brown had suggested in his patent. As exhaust leaves the craft, it passes over trailing edge exhaust deflectors, flaps which can be swiveled so as to direct the exhaust stream either up or down for flight control. This accomplishes more than just vectoring if the exhaust thrusts. It also changes the direction of the electrogravitic force on the craft become... Boy, this is hard to read, folks. I'm going to back up a little bit here. This accomplishes more than just the vectoring if the exhaust thrust. It also changes the direction of the electrogravitic force vector. When the exhaust is deflected downward, Negative charges are directed below the craft. As a result, the electrogravitic force on the craft becomes vectored upward as well as forward. When the exhaust stream is deflected upward, its negative ions are directed above the craft, resulting in an electrogravitic force that is directed downward as well as forward. Thus, by controlling these flaps, the B-2 is able to control its field so as to induce either a gain or loss of altitude. Once the B-2 got going fast enough, it would receive sufficient airflow through its scoops that it could maintain a relatively high flow rate of ionized exhaust, even with its engine combustion thrust substantially reduced. Since hot exhaust is not essential to its operation, the high-voltage generator could just as well run on cool intake air with the flame jets entirely shut off. As Brown points out in his electrokinetic generator patent, it is to be understood that any other fluid stream source might be substituted for the combustion chamber and fuel supply. In such a coasting mode, where jet combustion is entirely shut off, the B-2 would be able to fly for an indefinitely long period of time with essentially zero fuel consumption, powering itself primarily with energy tapped from its self-generated gravitational gradient. For example, during coasting, the kinetic energy of the scooped air stream would arise entirely from the craft's own forward motion, this motion in turn being due to the pull of the electrogravitic propulsion field. The kinetic energy of this ionized airstream is responsible for linearly accelerating negative ions down the B-2's exhaust ducts and hence for creating the multi-megavolt potential difference relative to the positively charged engine body. The craft's high-voltage electron collector grids, the overwing exhaust ducts, recover a portion of this power to run the craft's ionizers. Provided that this power drain is not excessive and that the plane's propulsive gravity field can be adequately maintained, the craft would be able to achieve a state of perpetual propulsion. Such perpetual motion behavior is possible in devices having the capability to manipulate their own gravity field. It should be added here that when the B-2 flies at a sufficiently high velocity, such that the flow rate of its scooped air exceeds many times the exhaust flow rate from its jet turbines, the electrical power output of its mixed exhaust will be comparably larger, perhaps exceeding 100 megawatts. Now, when the B-2 was first unveiled, critics had suggested that it could not risk flying at high altitudes because it might create vapor trails that would be visible to an enemy. Edward Aldridge, Jr., the Secretary of the Air Force, was asked whether that problem had been solved. He replied, "Yes, but we're not going to disclose how." Clearly, to explain how the B-2 could travel at high altitude with its engines essentially shut off and producing no vapor trail, it would have to disclose the vehicle's non-conventional mode of propulsion. Incidentally, folks, in such a coasting mode, the B-2's waste heat output also would be greatly reduced, hence lessening its chance of being detected with infrared sensors. The B-2's emergency power units, or EPUs, probably play a key role in assisting such high-altitude flight. According to Bill Scott, each EPU consists of a small self-contained gas turbine powered by hydrazine, a liquid that rapidly decomposes into gases when activated by a catalyst. The expanding gases are made to drive a turbine, which in turn drives an electrical generator. Public disclosures state that the purpose of the EPU is to supply electric power to the craft should the B-2's four-jet engines happen to flame out of its four electrical generators happen to simultaneously fail. More likely, they were designed to function as auxiliary generators capable of operating at high altitudes or even in space, where the air would be too thin to sustain normal jet combustion. At high altitude, the decomposed hydrazine gases would take the place of scooped air as the medium for transporting ions from the craft. That is, after passing through the EPU, these gases would be electrified and expelled from the craft in the same fashion as would the jet exhaust. Townsend Brown noted that his electrogravitic propulsion system could run just as well using a compressed gas source such as carbon dioxide as the ion-carrying medium as it could using the exhaust from a jet engine. Is all this just idle speculation? Or could the B-2 really be the realization of one of mankind's greatest dreams, an aircraft that has mastered the ability to control gravity? I don't really know the answer, ladies and gentlemen, but this book is intriguing, and this is just a very small part of what's contained within it. So if you would like to get the book and read it, it's called Electrogravitics Systems, Reports on a New Propulsion Methodology by Thomas Vallone. V as in Victor, A-L-O-N-E-M-A-P-E. And so there you have our book report for the week. Good night, and God bless each and every single one of you.
Hello, I'm William Cooper, and you're listening to the Hour of the Time, brought to you by Swiss America Trading. Well, some of you may know this already, but WWCR, the station that the Hour of the Time is normally broadcast over, was burned to the ground at about 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday morning, April 4th. There were only 2 people in the station at the time of the fire, a female employee and a local minister who was broadcasting a show from the station at that time. Now, arson is suspected, strongly suspected, I might add, simply because of several curious coincidences, if you can call them that. We don't believe that they are coincidences. Number one, the building went up in a conflagration. In other words, there weren't any smoking wires, there was no smell of smoke anywhere. It didn't sputter and spud, it didn't start in a corner and slowly burn through the building. The whole building went up in a conflagration, which is extremely unusual unless fires are set in several places. Also, the sprinkler system, which is gravity-fed from a very large holding tank, did not activate. I repeat, the sprinkler system did not activate. Also, something else happened that is more than just curious. Several of the local television stations had reporters with TV cameras on the scene before the fire department ever arrived, which seems to indicate that they were tipped off or had some prior knowledge that the fire was either in progress or was going to be set. No one will admit or acknowledge their prior knowledge. No one will tell us how they knew that the building was on fire in order for them to arrive before the fire department. But be that as it may, this show, because of that fire, was no longer able to broadcast worldwide as it had been doing for some time. And we have lost a lot of our listening audience out there. So if those of you who are listening can spread the word and let those who cannot listen know what is happening, that will give them some peace of mind. Now, I'm not a radio person, and you all know that. This is a tool that helps me educate the people of the world into what's coming in the future if we don't all wake up and become responsible and change it for the better. But our sponsor, Swiss America Trading, didn't want to lose their sponsorship of this show. Now, they care about what this show does. They care about the information that's being put out on this show. They believe in what I am doing. They believe in the Hour of the Time. When our friends at Swiss America Trading heard about the fire, they didn't desert us as most sponsors would and go looking for somebody else on some other radio show to sponsor. They went right to work finding us another place to broadcast. And within a matter of hours, folks, a new station was found, the one that you're listening to now, WRNO 7.395, thus making it possible for this program to continue to get the truth out to the people of the world. The people at Swiss America Trading stand behind this program, and I want you to stand behind them. Swiss America Trading deals in protecting their clients through non-confiscatable, non-reportable hard assets. Now, you've heard me inform you about the trouble this country is in, both politically and financially, and the time to act is now. Not later, when it's too late. Not later, when you can look in the mirror and say, boy, was I dumb for not taking care of business when I had a chance. The time to act is now. Call the experts at Swiss America Trading at 1-800-289-2646 right now. 1-800-289-2646, and have them show you how to protect yourself instead of relying upon someone else to do it for you. Because I guarantee you, if that's what you're doing, you're going to find yourself in deep, deep trouble. Call 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646. And mention my name, William Cooper, for a free newsletter on protecting your future. By protecting your future, you're keeping the future of this program alive and hopefully freedom for the world. Call today, 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646. And I'll repeat this information later in the program, folks. So when you call, give them your thanks for what they've done to keep this show on the air. Tonight's program is important, and I hope you have pen and paper by your side, because what I'm going to impart to you, I've said many, many, many times before, but I know there are many, many new listeners out there who have never heard this and don't know what's going on. And I know that those who have heard it before need constant reinforcement, because we tend to only remember about 10% of what we ever hear or see. Now, you've heard it from me. Tonight you're going to hear it from a different source through me. You see, I received a letter not too long ago from one of our CAGI members. This letter is dated March 8th, 1993. And it says, Dear Mr. Cooper, enclosed are the passport photos, personnel information sheet, press cards, and CAGI agreement form in accordance with your instructions. Also enclosed is a copy of a newspaper article that I was able to get several newspapers to run. Included are some 30 pages of copied material to substantiate the information in the article. You see, our CAGI members, folks, are real heroes in my eyes. They're out there constantly digging and working to dig up facts, figures, and references and documentation that we use to bring you the truth of what's happening in the world, the truth that you're never shown on network TV, that you're never shown in the establishment television, that you never hear on establishment radio or in the print media. But you hear it on the hour of the time. And you might ask yourself, you might ask your local media, your television stations, radio, why it is that you only hear it on the hour of the time. Now, this person, and I'm not going to give out his name, I never give out CAGI members' names unless they give me permission to do so. He says, somehow we have got to get the people to understand that the federal debt does not exist. And I've told you that before. The reason I'm going to give it to you from his point of view is because he's substantiated what I've told you before in his own investigations. And you've all heard me say this over and over again. Never believe anything that you hear on this show or on any other show from Dan Rather, from Chuck Harder, Tom Valentine, or Rush Limbaugh, from Ted Koppel, from the President of the United States, or even from your own mother, unless you can substantiate it with solid proof in your own research. If you're not willing to do the research, shut off your radio. You're wasting my time. He goes on, these private bankers have never loaned any existing money to the government. They have created it out of thin air. Perhaps this realization, once it soaks into the consciousness of enough Americans, can lead to the level of active participation needed to restore morality and sanity to our government. Although I had taught economics, and I better not give that out because it might tend to identify him. Although I had taught economics for several years and was certainly aware of the money-creating role of the Federal Reserve, I didn't really understand the truth and consequences of the conspiracy until 1988. I resigned effective December 1988 and have spent all of my time since researching the truth regarding the monetary hoax perpetrated on the citizens of the United States. When one first begins to grasp the magnitude of the hoax, denial sets in. And I know that many of you out there listening are already doing that. He goes on, after all, how could the leaders of the United States have been taken in by such a ploy? Well, some out of ignorance and some out of greed. The reality, folks, is that a relatively small group of malevolent individuals have taken control of all gold and silver reserves of the United States and most other tangible wealth and left the citizens holding worthless pieces of paper or tokens worth less than 3% of their face value. The information contained in these enclosures is true and is sufficient to allow one to realize the following. Number one, the Federal Reserve creates money out of thin air to buy government bonds from the United States Treasury. They have never actually loaned any existing funds to the government. This being true, it is obvious that the citizens of the United States do not owe the owners of the Federal Reserve System. Rather, the owners of the Federal Reserve owe the citizens of the United States not only the unearned interest they have received since 1913, but also must return to the U.S. Treasury all of the gold and silver they have taken. The only portion of the national debt that is valid is for those government bonds purchased by individuals and organizations that do not have money-creating authority. 2. The Federal Reserve System is unconstitutional, and so is the fiat money issued by the system. 3. Majority stock of the Federal Reserve System is owned by foreign interests, and this has always been so. The United States government owns zero stock in the system. 4. Although the creation of the Federal Reserve System was supposed to stabilize money supply and prevent further panics, this has not been the case. The U.S. economy has experienced not only the Great Depression, but several other major recessions, including this one, folks, that destroyed many businesses and property owners, all caused by intended contractions of the money supply. At other times, the Federal Reserves greatly expanded money supply to purposely increase inflation, thus transferring wealth from the citizens to themselves. As an example, between 1964 and 1988, real gross national product increased 102%, while money supply increased 388%. And any increase of money supply over gross national product growth is pure inflation. 5. The huge sums of unearned interest the owners of the Federal Reserve System have received has been used to subjugate millions of peoples around the world under corrupt dictatorships, most of them communist. 6. The Federal Reserve System has actually taken ownership and possession of all the gold and silver formerly owned by the United States Treasury. 7. Since the existing money supply system uses only instruments of debt, and only the Federal Reserve System issues those instruments, it is literally impossible for the United States to pay off its imaginary debt. For example, as of March 1992, total deposits in all United States banks was $2.546 trillion, and total currency in circulation was $0.284 trillion, for a total deposits in currency of $2.830 trillion. The total imaginary federal debt as of fiscal year 91 was $3.502 trillion. The absurdity of the situation is readily apparent. There isn't enough money available to pay off the imaginary federal debt. And since the only way to obtain more money is to borrow it, obviously the government can never pay its imaginary debt under the existing system. If we add the $796 billion of consumer debt and the $346 billion state debt to the imaginary federal debt, one can see that the system is near collapse and will collapse soon unless the government restores a lawful and sane monetary system. It is indeed a pitiful sight to see United States congressmen, monetary officials, economists, and spokesmen for the president continue the deception that has almost destroyed the United States of America. To see these officials talk about tax increases and cutbacks in government programs for citizens in need of assistance, using the excuse of the federal debt, is an abomination, and it's a barefaced lie. I hope you have the time to study the enclosed material. There is a tremendous amount of additional information available and more being published. Americans must awaken to the reality of the monetary hoax and demand repeal of the 1913 Federal Reserve Act. Then reinstitution of a constitutional monetary system must be effected. Any assistance you can provide to assist in the exposure of the monetary hoax is appreciated. Thanks a lot. Sincerely, W.S. Now, folks, I've done many programs on the Federal Reserve and on the IRS, and I've told you what it is and what it does, and how the IRS operates as a collection agency for the Federal Reserve, and that neither one of them are agencies of the United States government, etc., etc., etc. So what you're going to hear, for those of you who have been listening to this program since its inception in May the 4th to be exact, of 1992, you may already know all of this, but I guarantee you there's parts of it that you're going to want to hear again. You're going to hear it from W.S.'s point of view. A CAGI member who has gone and dug it out for himself. He didn't rely upon me to tell him the truth. He went out and found the truth, and you can do the same thing. This article was printed in the Daily American Republic, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, Monday, February the 22nd, 1993, on page 4. And it's entitled, Be Our Guest. The Daily American Republic welcomes responsible viewpoints of current interest on issues affecting Poplar Bluff and surrounding communities. The DAR reserves the right to choose or reject submissions as it deems appropriate. Now, DAR in this instance means Daily American Republic and not the Daughters of the American Revolution, as some of you may erroneously believe. The article is entitled, Americans Should Know Truth About Deficit. Editor's note. W.S. taught economics before resigning in 1988. Since then, he has spent all his time researching the truth regarding the monetary hoax perpetrated on the citizens of the United States. And this is the text of the article. Listen closely, ladies and gentlemen, dear listeners. Quote, It is time for the leaders of the United States government to tell the people the truth about the deficits and the federal debt. The truth must be revealed to the people and corrective measures taken to repeal what then Congressman Charles Lindbergh called the worst legislative crime of the ages. This truth is so incredible that perhaps the best way to grasp the reality of it is to review some congressional testimony. Eustace Mullins, in Secrets of the Federal Reserve, states that, quote, on September 30th, 1941, before the same committee, the House Committee on Banking and Currency, Governor Eccles of the Federal Reserve was asked by Representative Patman, "How did you get the money to buy those $2 billion worth of government securities in 1933? Eccles, "We created it." Mr. Patman, "Out of what?" Eccles, "Out of the right to issue credit money." Mr. Patman, "And there is nothing behind it, is there, except our government's credit?" Eccles, "That is what our money system is. If there were no debts in our money system, there wouldn't be any money," unquote. Mullins explains, "This is the most incredible part of the Federal Reserve operation, and one which is difficult for anyone to understand. How can any American citizen grasp the concept that there are people in this country who have the power to make an entry in a ledger that the government of the United States now owes them $1 billion, and to collect the principal and interest on this phony loan?" As Congressman Patman puts it, quote, "The Federal Reserve banks create money out of thin air to buy government bonds from the United States Treasury, lending money into circulation at interest, by bookkeeping entries of checkbook credit to the United States Treasury. The Treasury writes up an interest-bearing bond for $1 billion. The Federal Reserve gives the Treasury a $1 billion credit for the bond and has created out of nothing a $1 billion debt which the American people are obligated to pay with interest," unquote. That is taken from Money Facts, House Banking and Currency Committee, 1964, page number 9, and anybody out there can look it up. To continue. Congressman Lewis T. McFadden, in a speech before Congress on Friday, June 10, 1932, stated this, quote, "Mr. Chairman, we have in this country one of the most corrupt institutions the world has ever known. I refer to the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. Some people think the Federal Reserve Banks are United States government institutions. They are not government institutions. They are private credit monopolies which prey upon the people of the United States for the benefit of themselves and their foreign customers. Those 12 private credit monopolies were deceitfully and disloyally foisted upon this country by bankers who came here from Europe and who repaid us for our hospitality by undermining our American institutions," unquote. Merrill Jenkins states in his book, called Money, the Greatest Hoax on Earth, quote, "It is not who is perpetrating the evil that matters. What really matters is the abolishment of the evil so that it is not being perpetrated," unquote. The truth about the federal debt is clearly revealed in the previous statements. The Federal Reserve creates money out of thin air to buy government bonds from the United States Treasury. This private corporation has never actually loaned any existing funds to the government. Only the relatively insignificant portion of the debt resulting from the purchase of government bonds by individuals and organizations that do not have money-creating authority is valid. In 1980, interest paid on the imaginary federal debt was $74.9 billion, or 12.7% of the budget. In 1991, interest paid increased to $286 billion, or 21.6% of the budget. If Congress and the administration really want to reduce the deficit, simply remove interest on the imaginary federal debt from the budget. In fact, with interest removed from the federal budget, you will find that in 1987 and in every year since, a surplus exists. Edwin Vieira Jr., in Pieces of Eight, a study in constitutional law, states on page 359, quote, "Any attempt to amend the nation's monetary system in the direction of constitutional ends, therefore, must ruthlessly expose, categorically repudiate, and absolutely extirpate the monetary usurpations and tyranny that Congress and the executive have perpetrated and the judiciary has condoned during the last half-century, unquote. The solution to the problem of the deficit and many other ills of our nation is the repeal of the 1913 Federal Reserve Act and reinstitution of a constitutional monetary system. I'll bet that woke you up, didn't it? Now, as I said, if you've listened to this program since its inception, some of you already know most of this. But tonight, you're hearing it from a different point of view, and you're going to hear some things that you haven't heard on this show before, because I'm going to be reading to you from some documented sources that you can go look up yourself and validate exactly what you're hearing here tonight. You see, folks, we're never going to save the Constitution, never going to save the Bill of Rights, we're never going to save this country, and we're never going to save ourselves until we stop the greatest theft that's ever been committed in the history of the world. For they are who are pulling the strings that make us all dance whenever they want us to dance. They are the active arm of the secret societies. They are the primary method of controlling the nation and the sheeple. And most of you out there are sheeple. And if it makes you angry to hear me say that, that is confirmation that it is true. For those who are not sheeple know who they are and would never be angry at the statement because they know it's not meant for them. If it makes you angry, you are one of the sheeple, one of the people who cannot or will not use your intelligence, and thus are nothing more than puppets on the end of a string, and every time the string is pulled, you will dance, and you will dance to the tune that is played by the puppet master, and you will dance in the direction that he or she wishes you to dance. And that is fact. Now, folks, make sure that you understand the intent of this program is to wake you up, to save you, to save all of us. Hopefully, to preserve freedom for the world, for we're headed into a new world order, a totalitarian socialist government where we will all be slaves. Now I want you to listen carefully. You've all been calling, you've been writing, you've been asking me, how can I save my assets? Well, first let me tell you, folks, that if you don't save the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, you're not going to lose your assets, but you're going to lose your ass, and I don't mean the one out there in the barn. One way that you can preserve the value of what you have today is to call Swiss America Trading right now. As you know, a fire caused this show to move from WWCR to WRNO. When my friends at Swiss America Trading heard about the fire, they went right to work. They believe in this show. They believe that the people of the world need to hear the information that is put out on this show. You see, they went right to work finding us another place to broadcast. They're the ones who got us this airtime on WRNO. Within a matter of hours, this station was found, thus making it possible for this program to continue to tell the people of the world the truth that they never hear from any other source. The people at Swiss America Trading stand behind this program, and I want you to stand behind them. But especially I want you to contact them to learn how to protect what it is that you have now. The longer you wait, the less you're going to have to protect. Because inflation destroys what you own. It takes away, it robs you. And while we're in a depression now, the ultimate end of a depression is inflation. Swiss America Trading deals in protecting their clients through non-confiscatable, non-reportable hard assets. You've heard me inform you about the trouble this country is in, both politically and financially. And the time to act is now. Now, not later, when it's too late. Call the experts at Swiss America Trading at 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646, and have them show you how to protect yourself. Call 1-800-289-2646 and mention my name, William Cooper, for a free newsletter on protecting your future. For by protecting your future, you're keeping the future of this program alive, and I hope freedom for the world. Call today, 1-800-289-2646. Now don't go away, folks. We've got to take a break. I'll be right back after this very short pause. Folks, if you followed my broadcast for any length of time, you know I have been bringing you news of the world without sponsorship. In part, I have been leery of allowing just any corporation to buy time on my show. I'm proud to announce a new alliance. Swiss America Trading Corporation and myself are committed to preparing my listening audience for the upcoming economic trauma. For over 11 years, Swiss America has been supplying over 10,000 clients with hard assets and constant information on how best to protect their assets. For a limited time, interested listeners can receive a complimentary newsletter if you mention my name, William Cooper, and ask for the information on protecting your future. Call 1-800-289-2646 and invest the time it takes to read one of the most important publications of our times. Call 1-800-289-2646 and do it right now. Folks, what I'm going to give you now comes from collective speeches of Congressman Louis T. McFadden as compiled from the Congressional Record. From Emissary Publications, their number is 503-824-2050. That's 503-824-2050. I'll read it one more time. Area code 503-824-2050. The name is Emissary Publications. The title is Collective Speeches of Congressman Louis T. McFadden as compiled from the Congressional Record. Their address is 9205 Southeast Clackamas Road, number 1776, Clackamas, Oregon, 97015. Call them and ask them for a free catalog because they have an awful lot of information there that you're going to want to purchase and read, and their prices are very reasonable. Now, this is from Chapter 16, entitled The Treacherous and Disloyal Conduct of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks, and this speech was given on Friday, June 10th, 1932. Now, you can look this up in the Congressional Record. You don't have to go to Emissary Publications to get this, but in the Congressional Record, you have to go through years and years and days of text of the Congressional Record where they have compiled all the speeches into one booklet. This is what it says in here. Now listen very carefully. Mr. Chairman, we have in this country one of the most corrupt institutions the world has ever known. I refer to the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks. The Federal Reserve Board, a government board, has cheated the government of the United States and the people of the United States out of enough money to pay the national debt. The depredations and the iniquities of the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Banks acting together have cost this country enough money to pay the national debt several times over. This evil institution has impoverished and ruined the people of the United States, has bankrupted itself, and has practically bankrupted our government. It has done this through the defects of the law under which it operates, through the maladministration of that law by the Federal Reserve Board, and through the corrupt practices of the moneyed vultures who control it. Some people think the Federal Reserve banks are United States government institutions. They are not government institutions. They are private credit monopolies which prey upon the people of the United States for the benefit of themselves and their foreign customers. Foreign and domestic speculators and swindlers and rich and predatory moneylenders. In that dark crew of financial pirates, there are those who would cut a man's throat to get a dollar out of his pocket. There are those who send money into states to buy votes to control our legislation. And there are those who maintain an international propaganda for the purpose of deceiving us and of wheedling us into the granting of new concessions which will permit them to cover up their past misdeeds and set again in motion their gigantic train of crime. Those 12 private credit monopolies were deceitfully and disloyally foisted upon this country by bankers who came here from Europe and who repaid us for our hospitality by undermining our American institutions. Those bankers took money out of this country to finance Japan in a war against Russia. They created a reign of terror in Russia with our money in order to help that war along. They instigated the separate peace between Germany and Russia and thus drove a wedge between the Allies in the World War. They financed Trotsky's mass meetings of discontent and rebellion in New York. They paid Trotsky's passage from New York to Russia so that he might assist in the destruction of the Russian Empire. They fomented and instigated the Russian Revolution, and they placed a large fund of American dollars at Trotsky's disposal in one of their branch banks in Sweden, so that through him Russian homes might be thoroughly broken up and Russian children flung far and wide from their natural protectors. They have since begun the breaking up of American homes and the dispersal of American children. It has been said that President Wilson was deceived by the attentions of these bankers and by the philanthropic poses they assumed. It has been said that when he discovered the manner in which he had been misled by Colonel House, he turned against that busybody, that holy monk of the financial empire, and showed him the door. He had the grace to do that, and in my opinion, he deserves great credit for it. The next series of documentation comes from a book entitled Secrets of the Federal Reserve, The London Connection, Jekyll Island Edition by Eustace Mullins. You can also get this from Emissary Publications, 503-824-2050. 9205 Southeast Clackamas Road, number 1776, Clackamas, Oregon, 97015. Asking for a free catalog, folks. What I'm going to read you first is from Chapter 5, The House of Rothschild. And this is paragraph 4. Thus we see that the 1910 plot to seize control of the money and credit of the people of the United States was planned by men who already controlled most of the country's resources. It seemed to John Moody practically automatic that they should continue with their operations. What John Moody did not know, or did not tell his readers, was that the most powerful men in the United States were themselves answerable to another power, a foreign power, and a power which had been steadfastly seeking to extend its control over the young republic of the United States since its very inception. This power was the financial power of England, centered in the London branch of the House of Rothschild. The fact was that in 1910 the United States was for all practical purposes being ruled from England, and so it is today. The 10 largest bank holding companies in the United States are firmly in the hands of certain banking houses, all of which have branches in London. Now we skip over to page 50. Paragraph 3. In 1836, President Andrew Jackson, infuriated by the tactics of the bankers who were attempting to persuade him to renew the charter of the Second Bank of the United States, said, quote, "You are a den of vipers. I intend to rout you out, and by the eternal God I will rout you out." if the people only understood the rank injustice of our money and banking system, there would be a revolution before morning. And then to the bottom of the page, Henry Clews, the famous banker, in his book 28 Years in Wall Street, states that the Panic of 1837 was engineered because the charter of the Second Bank of the United States had run out in 1836. Not only did President Jackson promptly withdraw government funds from the Second Bank of the United States, but he deposited these funds, $10 million, in state banks. The immediate result, Clews tells us, is that the country began to enjoy great prosperity. This sudden flow of cash caused an immediate expansion of the national economy, and the government paid off the entire national debt, leaving a surplus of $50 million in the Treasury, a huge, tremendous, unbelievable fortune in those days, folks. The European financiers had the answer to this situation. Clews further states the Panic of 1837 was aggravated by the Bank of England when it in one day threw out all the paper connected with the United States, unquote. And later, one of the high water marks of the successful Rothschild-Peabody-Morgan business venture was the Panic of 1857. It had been 20 years since the Panic of 1837. Its lessons had been forgotten by hordes of eager investors who were anxious to invest the profits of a developing America. It was time to fleece them again. The stock market operates like a wave washing up on the beach. It sweeps with it many minuscule creatures who derive all of their life support from the oxygen and water of the wave. They coast along at the crest of the tide of prosperity. Suddenly the wave, having reached the high water mark on the beach, recedes, leaving all of the creatures gasping on the sand. Another wave may come in time to save them, but in all likelihood it will not come as far, and some of the sea creatures are doomed. In the same manner, waves of prosperity fed by newly created money through an artificial contraction of credit recedes, leaving those it had borne high to gasp and die without hope of salvation, unquote. And folks, that is what is happening now. Now. To continue over on page 53, LaRouche tells us that on February 5th, 1891, a secret association known as the Round Table Group was formed in London by Cecil Rhodes, his banker, Lord Rothschild, the Rothschild-in-law, Lord Rosebery, and Lord Curzon. He states that in the United States, the Round Table was represented by the Morgan Group. Dr. Carroll Quigley refers to this group as, quote, the British American Secret Society, unquote, in Tragedy and Hope, stating that, quote, the chief backbone of this organization grew up along the already existing financial cooperation running from the Morgan Bank in New York to a group of international financiers in London led by Lazard Brothers in 1901, unquote. William Guy Carr in Pawns in the Game states that, quote, in 1899, J.P. Morgan and Drexel went to England to attend the International Bankers' Convention. When they returned, J.P. Morgan had been appointed head representative of the Rothschild interests in the United States. As the result of the London Conference, J.P. Morgan and Company of New York, Drexel and Company of Philadelphia, Grenfell and Company of London, and Morgan High C of Paris, M.M. Warburg Company of Germany and America, and the House of Rothschild were all affiliated. Apparently unaware of the Peabody connection with the Rothschilds and the fact that the Morgans had always been affiliated with the House of Rothschild, Carr supposed that he had uncovered this relationship as of 1899, when in fact it went back to 1835. And folks, I'm going to interrupt here and interject that it goes all the way back to the Knights Templar before their destruction, or supposed destruction, in 1307. For the international bankers are the Knights Templars. We continue now. After World War I, the Round Table became known as the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States and the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London. The leading government officials of both England and the United States were chosen from its members. In the 1960s, as growing attention centered on the surreptitious governmental activities of the Council on Foreign Relations, subsidiary groups known as the Trilateral Commission and others representing the identical financial interests began operations, with the more important officials such as Robert Russa being members of all three groups. According to William Guy Carr in Pawns in the Game, the initial meeting of these ex officio planners took place in Mayor Amschel Bauer Goldsmith's shop in Frankfurt in 1773. Bauer, who adopted the name of Rothschild, or Red Shield, from the red shield which he hung over his door to advertise his business. The red shield today is the official coat of arms of the city of Frankfurt. Was only 30 years of age when he invited 12 other wealthy and influential men to meet him in Frankfurt. His purpose was to convince them that if they agreed to pool their resources, they could then finance and control the world revolutionary movement and use it as their manual of action to win ultimate control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire world. This agreement reached Meyer unfolded his revolutionary plan. The project would be backed by all the power that could be purchased with their pooled resources. By clever manipulation of their combined wealth, it would be possible to create such adverse economic conditions that the masses would be reduced to a state bordering on starvation by unemployment. Their paid propagandists would arouse feelings of hatred and revenge against the ruling classes by exposing all real and alleged cases of extravagance, licentious conduct, injustice, oppression, and persecution. They would also invent infamies to bring into disrepute others who might, if left alone, interfere with their overall plans. Rothschild turned to a manuscript and proceeded to read a carefully prepared plan of action. 1. He argued that law was force only in disguise. He reasoned it was logical to conclude by the laws of nature, right lies in force. 2. Political freedom is an idea, not a fact. In order to usurp political power, all that was necessary was to preach liberalism, so that the electorate, for the sake of an idea, would yield some of their power and prerogatives which the plotters could then gather into their own hands. Are you listening out there? 3. The speaker asserted that the power of gold had usurped the power of liberal rulers. He pointed out that it was immaterial to the success of his plan whether the established governments were destroyed by external or internal foes, because the victor had to, of necessity, ask the aid of capital, which is entirely in our hands. 4. He argued that the use of any and all means to reach their final goal was justified on the grounds that the ruler who governed by the moral code was not a skilled politician, because he left himself vulnerable and in an unstable position. 5. He asserted that, quote, our right lies in force. The word right is an abstract thought and proves nothing. I find a new right, to attack by the right of the strong, to reconstruct all existing institutions and to become the sovereign lord of all those who left us the rights to their powers by laying them down to us in their liberalism, unquote. 6. The power of our resources must remain invisible until the very moment when it has gained such strength that no cunning or force can undermine it. He went on to outline 25 points. Number 8 dealt with the use of alcoholic liquors, drugs, moral corruption, and all vice to systematically corrupt youth of all nations. 9. They had the right to seize property by any means and without hesitation, if by doing so they secured submission and sovereignty. And that's happening now all over this country. 10. We were the first to put the slogans liberty, equality, and fraternity into the mouths of the masses, which set up a new aristocracy. The qualification for this aristocracy is wealth, which is dependent on us. 11. Wars should be directed so that the nations engaged on both sides should be further in our debt. 12. Candidates for public office should be servile and obedient to our commands so that they may be readily used. 13. Propaganda. Their combined wealth would control all outlets of public information. And that is true in the United States today. 5 corporations own all the print, television, and radio media in this country, except for a very, very small minority of independent owners. 14. Panics and financial depressions would ultimately result in world government, a new order of one world government, unquote. Someone once said that the wealth of Rothschild consists of the bankruptcy of nations. The great Soviet encyclopedia states, quote, the clearest example of a personal link-up, international directorates, on a Western European scale is the Rothschild family. Now, folks, those points that are credited to Amschel Rothschild were not of his doing at all, for they come from what are known as the protocols of the wise men of Zion. And they have been used to persecute the Jewish people throughout the ages. And I'm going to tell you right now that the Jewish people did not write the protocols of the wise men of Zion. They were written by the Illuminati. Those who are illumined, the members of the secret societies who pit us all against each other, while they are maneuvering in the background in the shadows to enslave us all. To enslave us all. You had better be listening to me, and you had better understand what I am saying. For failure to do so will just result in the destruction of this country, of freedom for the world. And you will in fact become a slave in the New World Order. And if you are so stupid as to allow that to happen, then certainly you will deserve that fate. But there are many of us who do not deserve that fate, and we need you to help us prevent it. And in doing so, you will do yourself a favor. But don't take my word for it, folks. Look it up. Find it for yourself. Senator Robert L. Owen, testifying before the House Committee on Banking and Currency in 1938, said this, quote, the powerful money interests got control of the Federal Reserve Board through Mr. Paul Warburg, Mr. Albert Strauss, and Mr. Adolph C. Miller, and they were able to have their secret meeting of May 18, 1920, and bring about a contraction of credit so violent it threw 5 million people out of employment. In 1920, that Reserve Board deliberately caused the panic of 1921. The same people, unrestrained in the stock market, expanding credit to a great excess between 1926 and 1929, raised the price of stocks to a fantastic point where they could not possibly earn dividends, and when the people realized this, they tried to get out, resulting in the crash of October 24th, 1929. Governor W.P.G. Harding of the Federal Reserve Board testified in 1921 that, quote, the Federal Reserve Bank is an institution owned by the stockholding member banks. The government has not a dollar's worth of stock in it, unquote. Are you listening? Do you care? At the House Banking and Currency Committee hearings on June 6, 1960, Congressman Wright Patman, chairman, questioned Carl E. Allen, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. Patman: now, Mr. Allen, when the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee buys $1 million bond, you create the money on the credit of the nation to pay for that bond, don't you? Allen: that is correct. Patman: and the credit of the nation is represented by Federal Reserve notes in that case, isn't it? If the banks want the actual money, you give Federal Reserve notes in payment, don't you? Allen: that could be done, but nobody wants the Federal Reserve notes. Patman: nobody wants them because the banks would rather have the credit as reserves. This is the most incredible part of the Federal Reserve operation, and one which is difficult for anyone to understand. How can any American citizen grasp the concept that there are people in this country who have the power to make an entry in a ledger that the government of the United States now owes them $1 billion and to collect the principal principal and interest on this non-existent phony loan. But we've been doing it for years, haven't we? As Congressman Patman puts it, quote, "The dollar represents a $1 debt to the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve banks create money out of thin air to buy government bonds from the United States Treasury, lending money into circulation at interest by bookkeeping entries of checkbook credit to the United States Treasury. The Treasury writes up an interest-bearing bond for $1 billion. The Federal Reserve gives the Treasury a $1 billion credit for the bond and has created out of nothing a $1 billion debt which the American people are obligated to pay with interest, and you wonder what's wrong with this country, what's happening to the economy? Wake up, sheeple. Where does the Federal Reserve System get the money with which to create bank reserves? The answer, it doesn't get the money, it merely creates it. When the Federal Reserve writes a check, it is creating money. The Federal Reserve is a total money-making machine. It can issue money or checks. One of the most important factors to remember in this connection is that the supply of money affects the general level of prices, the cost of living index, and money supply are parallel. The Federal Reserve's major function is to determine the money supply. It has the power to increase or decrease the money supply at any rate it chooses and destroy millions of people with the swipe of a pen. On September 30th, 1941, before the same committee, Governor Eccles was asked by Representative Patman, "How did you get the money to buy those $2 billion worth of government securities in 1933? Eccles, "We created it." Mr. Patman, "Out of what?" Eccles, "Out of the right to issue credit money." Mr. Patman, "And there is nothing behind it, is there, except our government's credit?" Eccles, "That is what our money system is. If there were no debts in our money system, there wouldn't be any money." And now, let me put the nail in the coffin. I'm going to read you one paragraph from the Federal Reserve System, its purposes and functions, printed by the United States of America, Washington, in 1939 by the United States Government Printing Office, and on the front of this it has the seal of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. And on page 85 I quote, "Federal Reserve Bank credit, therefore, as already stated, does not consist of funds that the Reserve authorities get somewhere in order to lend, but constitutes funds that they are empowered to create," unquote, end of subject. Nail in the coffin. And if you don't understand what's happening to this country now, nobody can help you ever. Wake up, sheeple. The answer is in front of our nose. Now, if you want to save your ass and your assets, help us save the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We've got to get rid of the Federal Reserve and the IRS. If you want to save your assets, call Swiss America Trading. As you know, folks, the fire caused us to move. And when my friends at Swiss America Trading heard about the fire, they went right to work finding us another place to broadcast right here on this station at this time. Within a matter of hours, they found this station, thus making it possible for this program to continue to get the truth out to the rest of the world. The people at Swiss America Trading stand behind this program, and I want you to stand behind them. Swiss America Trading deals in protecting their clients through non-confiscatable, non-reportable hard assets. You've heard me inform you about the trouble this country is in, both politically and financially. The time to act is now. Call the experts at Swiss America Trading at 1-800-289-2646 and have them show you how to protect yourself. Call 1-800-289-2646 and mention my name, William Cooper, for a free newsletter on protecting your future. By protecting your future, you're keeping the future of this program alive and freedom for the world. 1-800-289-2646. Good night, and God bless you.
And there's a reason that people are like this, because people, for the most part, are mindless sheep. The Illuminati are absolutely correct. I have discovered this. It has been one of the greatest disappointments of my life to discover that most people, the people that I have been battling for, the people that I have laid my life down for you can be sure that when the New World Order comes into power, my life is forfeit for the work that I have done. It has been the greatest disappointment to find out that they are absolutely right about most of what they call the masses. Whenever you hear somebody use that term, they're usually one of them. Are nothing but cattle, sheep, mindless animals, steaks on the table and beasts of burden by choice and consent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. It's because from the beginning people are taught to be stupid, taught not to think, not to challenge, taught not to ask questions. You can't even figure out what's going on in your own neighborhood, much less how to stop this New World Order or what to do about it. And so many of you are so absolutely ignorant and stupid. You see, I'm sick of it, folks. You're not going to win anything. You're not going to escape anything, and you're not going to get liberty back. Not at all. You're too stupid to do it. You're too ignorant to do it. You've got too many agendas of your own, most of which are to keep your little fantasies going around you so that you never have to look at the truth and so that you never have to be blamed for anything. But the truth is, if you want to know what's wrong with this country, ladies and gentlemen, go look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror. And you will see exactly what's wrong with the United States of America staring at you in the glass. And I'm just sick to death of it. I am so sick of the lies and the hypocrisy and the bullshit and the manipulations. And you think that you're going to create a world of liberty and freedom? No, these people are going to enslave you because you must be enslaved, because you've got to be controlled, because you can't control yourselves. You can't decide upon the truth. I'm beginning to have a much greater respect for the Illuminati than I ever have in the past. You know, they've been telling me for years, Bill, these people will spit on you. We know that you're telling them the truth, but they don't want to hear the truth, and that's why they have to be controlled and manipulated and led to the slaughter. And I always said in my stupidity, no, you're wrong. You see, you've been hiding the truth from them. All you have to do is show them the truth, and things will be better. It will change. We'll have a good world, peace on earth. Nobody will have to kill anybody again. We can live in freedom and liberty, responsible with the truth. Boy, what a fool I have been all these years.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm your host, William Cooper. Folks, if you've followed my broadcast for any length of time, you know that I've been bringing you news of the world without sponsorship. In part, I've been very leery of allowing just any corporation to buy time on my show, and we turned down an awful lot of people. I'm proud to announce a new alliance. Swiss America Trading Corporation and myself are committed to preparing my listening audience for the upcoming economic trauma. For over 11 years, Swiss America has been supplying over 10,000 clients with hard assets and constant information on how best to protect those assets. For a limited time, folks, interested listeners can receive a complimentary newsletter if you mention my name, William Cooper, and ask for the information on protecting your future. Call 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646. Call today and invest the time it takes to read one of the most important publications of our times. Call 1-800-289-2646. There's no obligation, folks. Nobody's going to knock on your door, and you get something free that's really worth reading. I promise you that. The siege continues in Waco, Texas. A small group of men and women trapped under siege by government forces in a church known as Branch Davidian stand upon principle, protecting their rights under the first article of the Constitution of the United States of America and the second article and amendment to that document. They are fighting the second battle of the Second American Revolution. Make no mistake about it, folks. We are at war, and you may be next.
Gary Hunt, welcome back to the Hour of the Time. 2 weeks ago, we did a show together, and that I just reran that this Monday night on WNRO, or WRNO, which is it here? Let me see. What radio station? WRNO. Sorry, folks, and I'm sorry, WRNO, but changing radio stations has got me a little bit confused, as well as the rest of you are trying to keep up and listen to this show. Your show was rerun on Monday night, and it's now Thursday night, and the last time we talked was just a little over 2 weeks ago. What's happened in Waco, Texas since then, Gary?
Well, very little has really happened. It's been a lot slower than it was at first. They have encircled the complex with concertina wire. I guess some of the speculation down here is if there are any convictions, if they're going to get credit for time served when they come out. They still don't acknowledge that they're under arrest, even though they are entrapped by the double line. There was an event the other day that caused a little excitement. That was when they were allowed to come out and light some incense outside. It was described initially as a smoke bomb, but it was some incense that was lit for that, lit by Steve Snyder. So I spent a lot of time more recently trying to find out a little bit more about the Branch Davidian membership. I think you had Rita Riddle on last night, and I've been speaking with her quite a bit. She's a very interesting, very intelligent lady, as have all the people that I have been able to talk to that are members of the Branch Davidian Church.
Well, in my conversation with Rita Riddle, several things emerged, Gary, and maybe you can make a few comments on this. One, she didn't sound like she was crazy to me. She said that at no time was she or anyone else held hostage, that there was no child molestation, there was no promiscuity amongst any of the members of the church, including David Koresh. She stated that she never saw or knew of or heard of anyone practicing anything that could even be remotely construed as illegal activity during the whole time that she was with the church, and several other things that completely contradict what the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have been putting out at their news conference. She also stated that she's being held as a material witness, of course against her will, as a prisoner in a Salvation Army facility who is under contract and receiving funds from the federal government, which is another church functioning as a prison. And I found all these things eye-opening, shocking, revealing, totally contradicting what the government has put out. Can you comment on these things?
Well, the indications I have from the people in the church is they're practicing a religion as most people in this country do. It is very similar to the Seventh-day Adventist Church, which is a large organization that I've seen in virtually every city I've ever been or lived in. These people in the Branch Davidian sect might feel that the end times, as they call them, are coming a little sooner than the Seventh-day Adventists might. But then I recall from the early part of this century, in the history books, that the end of the world was coming and people should repent. So this is nothing new, and I'm sure it's occurred many times in the history of man.
It actually occurs several times each century with several different religious groups, some of which end up totally disappearing when they find out that the day the world was supposed to end, it doesn't end. Some of them go back and look in the scriptures and find a reinterpretation and continue going. But the point is, that all this is harmless. I mean, they're not hurting anyone. And under our Constitution, they have a right to worship at the altar of their choice and believe whatever they want. And expecting the end times to be near certainly isn't breaking the law and hasn't hurt anyone else. Would you agree with that?
Well, I see no harm coming to anybody as a result of their actions or activities. In fact, one of the ladies I've met, Janet McBean, was in the Laverne, California home. She was a student in college out there, and she was also working and is very productive in society. A number of the people in the Waco church had jobs in the community and performed quite well in those jobs. They had good reputation with the people I've spoken with in the community. They dealt with them. The only people in the community that seemed to have an objection to the Branch Davidians are those that did not know them before this incident occurred on February 28th.
Well, we find that all across the country. I was watching Jay Leno the other night, and he was making cracks about David Koresh stating that he's Jesus Christ, and talking to Rita last night, and to many other people that I've talked to in the Waco area, many of whom do not care for Branch Davidian, do not believe in the things that the church believes in. But they have all stated unequivocally that David Koresh has never said that he's Jesus Christ. Have you ever found anyone that's ever admitted that they've ever heard David Koresh state that he's Jesus Christ?
Well, the only ones that I have heard admit that they have heard David Koresh say that he was Jesus Christ are the BATF and the FBI representatives at the press conference.
And they don't even...
People I've spoken to, the people in the complex that I've heard and the ones I've spoken to do feel that David Koresh is the Messiah, just like Catholics see the Pope as the person who speaks for God.
But has he ever stated that he's the Messiah?
Only if I believe the FBI and ATF, I have a lot of trouble doing that.
and you know something, what difference would it make if he did? It still wouldn't be hurting anyone. Why do they come out with these statements that are obviously false and try to make the man look like an utter, complete, crazy idiot when in fact he has not made these statements? And I've heard from Rita that while they said initially that David Koresh was the one that they were after, they're really after somebody else named Paul. Is that true?
Well, Paul Fata, they have accused of trying to get back in the complex. Now, here comes a very confusing story. Delroy Nash was arrested early in March. He was captured with a very dangerous weapon. It was a .22 caliber pistol made by Jennings. Mike Schroeder at the same time was killed, and another individual escaped and was later identified as Bob Kendrick, who has since been arrested and charged. I think the charge that he and Delroy Nash have against them is attempted murder of federal agents.
Because they tried to get into the compound, that's construed as attempted murder of federal agents?
That is the charge brought against them. Whether they ever fired a shot or not is unknown. Bob Kendrick had a weapon apparently, but it has never been discharged, and there's no reason to believe that the weapon that Delroy Nash had, now Delroy Nash is also Norman Allison. He's got an alias apparently, but there's no indication that his weapon was discharged. That Mike Schroeder was the body that was found on the 5th, 3 days later. Apparently they didn't realize they'd shot him when they captured Delroy Nash. But said that 3 people had attempted to enter the compound. In California, they indicated to a lady out there in an interview that they were after Paul Fata because he tried to gain entry to the compound at that same time. Well, Paul Fata was interviewed on Street Stories and was not in Waco in this area at the time, and did not make any claims that he was here. Now, Paul Fata apparently does have a firearms license and was lawfully purchasing or selling weapons or MREs. In fact, apparently the Dash Davidians do buy large quantities of military meal-ready-to-eat cases and do sell them at gun shows quite frequently as a means of supporting the church.
Well, this is what Rita revealed last night, was that Paul was the one who has the federal firearms license and would attend gun shows and buy guns and MREs and many other things, and turn them around and go to another gun show and sell them at a profit. And of course, it made money for him and for the church. And but she said she didn't know of anyone else who was engaging in these activities. She said David Koresh was not. She said there was maybe 3 or 4 other of the men who would go to the gun shows with Paul. But there was no huge stockpile of weapons. There was no 50 caliber machine guns. There were none of these things, and that every single weapon that was owned by members of Branch Davidian were legal weapons and were legally purchased, and that the church itself owned no weapons whatsoever. Does this conform to what you've found out?
Yes, it does. In fact, from what I understand, Paul Fata was very meticulous in his record keeping, that when he came back to the complex, he would immediately record any purchases or sales of any weapons that he had transacted in his absence.
Well, that's required with someone who has a federal firearms license.
Yes.
And we would expect him to do that, and now you're telling us that that's exactly what he was doing, was conforming to the law.
That's my understanding, and I have yet to find any violations of the law on the part of the Branch Davidians, including the defense of their building.
So, Gary, what is this all about? Why are people dead, laying in the cold, cold ground, and 6 known dead adults still in that church who haven't had the benefit of a decent burial? What is this all about?
Well, let me correct one thing. 2 have been buried. One was Paul Schroeder. Of the 6 dead, 2 were killed outside the complex. One was Paul Schroeder, who was left on the fence. Now, remember, the FBI and ATF claimed that they were very discriminating in picking their targets, but for some reason they decided to leave Paul Schroeder on the fence for 2 days. Peter Jett, he apparently has subsequently been buried by the federal forces. Peter Jett was on top of that large tower. Generally, you'll see it off to the left.
And he's the one that they brought down.
He was brought down. I'm not sure how he was brought down, but his body was left exposed for 7 days, and we found is clearly visible in some of the videos laying on top of the tower for that entire time. Now, remember, these David Koresh negotiated a ceasefire so that the killing would stop and that the ATF could take out their dead and wounded. Apparently, I've heard that there was an understanding as well that the ATF would remove Peter Jett's body because it was outside of the complex proper on the water tower.
Mm-hmm.
They never removed it, and it was later done either by the Dash Davidians or by helicopter. I don't have a clear story on that yet. But with the ATF and the FBI, the people who wanted humanity or humane treatment for their people refused to offer the same in return for the Dash Davidians and allowed Peter Jett's body to remain exposed to the weather for 7 days. It was the body that we've seen buried to the side of the complex.
So then there's 4 inside that are dead that have not received a decent burial.
My understanding is there are 4 inside. Whether they have been buried inside or not, I do not know.
And these are adults.
I'm not sure. I have been led to believe that one of them is a child, a 2-year-old child that was killed, but there's no way to verify that. The FBI knows. They will not release the information.
Well, according to Rita, all 6 of the dead that have been admitted so far are adults, and she absolutely refused to tell me if any children had been killed. And this disturbed me a little bit, simply because I couldn't understand if children had been killed, this would do more to rally Americans behind them than anything else. But maybe she has a good reason for not disclosing that. I don't know, and I'm certainly not going to judge her for that. I know she has her reasons. But we have heard that David Koresh's daughter was killed, and that one other girl was killed. What do you know about that?
Well, there has been talk going around about a 6-year-old girl who was killed. I have no reason to believe that there's any truth to that at all. The people that have been studying that claim that there is a video available, but they have not produced the video. They have also made claim that the Morse code message that came out had 7 short messages in it. However, we have yet to be able to determine if that's true, even though I've viewed portions of the video of the Morse code. In fact, I understand from people that were in the complex that it was just an experiment to see if the light could be seen, that no message was sent. We have no affidavit by somebody qualified to read that Morse code, so again, I think we have a rumor as we did with the 6-year-old girl.
Well, it may be a rumor, but nobody can prove that the 6-year-old girl wasn't killed, can they?
Well, in speaking with people that were in the complex, they have not denied that perhaps one child was killed, but they have denied that more than one has been killed.
Okay, now, a lot of people are going to be very upset and confused about this. Can you tell us why they would refuse to acknowledge whether children were killed or not? I'd like to get this issue out of the way because I know a lot of people out there would be just disturbed as I would when if someone said that they could not tell us if there were children killed or not. And I understand that you may have knowledge of some reason why they may have done this.
Well, as far as the Branch Davidians that have come out not divulging who has been killed, they do not want the families to worry based on rumor. They had decided before they came out, I think it was probably David's instruction, that until the FBI will officially acknowledge it, that they should not speak of what happened inside, that is not common knowledge, and common knowledge again would be Shredder and Jem. Now the FBI and the press conferences have taken the same position. They say that everything David says is a lie. I'm inclined not to believe that because I found the press conferences fraught with lies by the FBI and the ATF.
Well, so far, the weight of truth tends to be on the side of David Koresh. Now, I don't know if David Koresh has told any lies or not. But one thing that we have definitely ascertained is that almost everything that the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has told the public is a lie.
Well, we have a lot of situations, and if we take any one subject, we've heard 3 or 4 stories about it, or 2.
And they just changed another story.
One of them is bound to be true. We're just not sure which one the truth is.
Well, maybe none of them are the truth yet. Who knows? I was talking to my father today, who lives in Texas, and he told me that they just reversed their story on another point. I forget exactly what it was, but he said they just changed their story on the latest thing that they were telling.
Well, they did make a statement Monday that I thought was interesting, and that was the only person who's this is Bob Ricks, the only person who's important to this whole scenario is David Koresh. If somebody had the magic formula, the magic words that would cause David Koresh to come out, certainly we would be seeking that. And David Koresh, remember on March 9th, asked me to come in to help find a peaceful solution. The FBI continues to ignore the fact that the only time that David Koresh has had an opportunity to get out directly to the public a message regarding seeking a peaceful solution was an invitation for me to come in the complex. The FBI acts like that doesn't exist, so there's one of the scenarios that we run into here.
Well, when they say that David Koresh is certainly the key to all of this, that is just an extension, and they have to stick to that story, because according to them, David Koresh is holding all of those people hostage, and they're not free to leave or come out unless he lets them go. So that has to be their position. Now, we know that that's a lie because David Koresh couldn't possibly be holding those people hostage because he couldn't possibly have gone without sleep for this amount of time.
I think we also know that from the people who have come out because they've made it very clear to me.
That's correct.
They're not held hostage. In fact, some think that they made the wrong decision in leaving.
That's exactly what Rita said. She said that if she had known what she knows now, she would not have come out. And she said that at no time was she or anyone else ever held hostage. And the whole thing is ludicrous on the face of it, that the FBI and the BATF could still be trying to tell the world that these people are being held hostage by David Koresh, when we know that David Koresh has to sleep, and without somebody else to stand guard while he's sleeping, their whole story just falls to pieces, and there isn't anybody else.
It might have been necessary for them to justify bringing down their hostage negotiation team, which is the counter-terrorism team. There are no terrorists in the Mass Davidian complex, so they can blame the hostage situation. But as I see it, the only hostages are the 90-some people inside the complex being held hostage by federal authorities.
Well, I got news for you, Gary. Our information from Washington, D.C. is that the entire BATF crew that's there is an anti-terrorist assault team.
Well, that's probably true as well.
What is the situation with the local people there? Don't they understand that this is not helping Waco or the entire state of Texas?
Well, on the contrary, Waco a few weeks ago had a proclamation honoring the BATF for bringing all the money into town.
You're kidding.
Now, last Sunday...
The city of Waco... Wait a minute, say that again. I want everybody to hear that. I want everybody in the world that listens to this broadcast to hear what the wonderful, sterling, upright citizens of Waco, Texas did.
The citizens of Waco, 2 or 3 weeks ago, had a proclamation, had one day, and I'm not sure which day it was. I will try and get that information and get it to you on another program. But I did see the proclamation, and they were honoring the BATF for all the business they brought to town.
Let's wipe out a church, let's kill a bunch of people so that Waco, Texas can have some more money in its bank accounts. Boy, that's wonderful.
Suppose we'll have many chambers of commerce setting up a new committee. Which church to wipe out to bring business to town?
My God, welcome to the New World Order, folks. If this is any indication of what's to come, and if this is any indication of the attitude of the American people in a small American town, especially in the state of Texas, a small town, my God, most small towns are bastions of freedom and supporters of the Constitution. Why in the world is Waco different from most other small towns in that regard?
Well, I'm not so sure that it would be. I think that we're dealing with a situation similar to 220 years ago, where less than 5% of the people really care about what form of government we have. The rest are satisfied with their six-pack and their movie. And they're not aware, and they accept government as qualified to tell them how to live their lives. They're not the type of individual that made this country great and strong. They're the type of people that are complacent as long as they're given what they want in life.
In other words, what you're saying is basically the citizens of Waco aren't people, they're sheeple.
They're sheeple, and they're typical of what we would find as probably a majority in most cities in this country.
Well, that's...
Let me tell you one more situation that's occurred out here. Janet McGean, when she got out from California, we drove around.
Well, let's tell our listeners who she is first, because they have no idea what you're talking about.
Janet McGean was her brother is in the complex now, but she was subpoenaed by the ATF to come out and testify before the grand jury. She testified on Tuesday on nothing. We won't know the results of that testimony.
Is this a federal grand jury, Gary?
It's a federal grand jury.
Okay, go ahead.
We drove out towards the complex on Sunday, on Easter Sunday. There's an area that we've called Observation Hill. It is about 6 miles distant from the complex, but Hill on 340 Loop from the Farm to Market Road 2491, which is the primary checkpoint to the complex area. It is the one the press goes into Satellite City. All the weekends prior to this, there have been a number of people up there that would be in the dozens, but there were virtually hundreds. There were actually dozens of different people selling T-shirts. Now, there was one predominant theme of the T-shirts, and that is that they are pro-BATF. Prior to that, there were anti-BATF or pro-David Koresh T-shirts. We didn't understand this, but virtually every person up there selling shirts was anti-David Koresh. It reminded me of the money changer story in the Bible, the money changers in the temple almost. As we left and went back towards Belmead, which is the town the BATF suited up in, off to the side of the road about a half a mile away was a small group of people selling T-shirts. We did not stop to see them, but they had a large sign up that said Rude Awakening. To me, that sounds like people that are selling David Koresh T-shirts, and I speculate that they were not allowed to sell the T-shirts on the Hill where everybody else goes.
Well, I see it another way. It's probably pro-freedom, pro-constitution, pro-rights, pro-everything this country was founded upon. I don't think anybody knows enough to be pro-Koresh or pro-BATF. I think this thing is being manipulated at the highest levels. And I think that there's a lot of complicity with the citizens and the local officials in Waco, Texas. And I think that people are basically either for law and order, and they're believing what the authorities tell them, and they really think that these people are a bunch of criminals that deserve to die, or they understand the real threat to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and they're trying to get that message out. I doubt if there's anybody that's really pro-BATF or pro-Koresh, because I doubt if anybody outside of the BATF or outside of Branch Davidian really understands and knows what's going on enough to be pro or con either one of those. I'm not against the BATF. What I'm against is what they're doing that's destroying the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And I know that you feel that way also.
Don't go away, folks. We've got to take a break. We'll be right back after this very short pause.
Where there is more controversy, yeah.
Well, it won't work, and if you're listening on this line, BATF or FBI or anybody else, it's not going to work. The truth's going to get out, and you're going to answer for your actions. I can guarantee it. And there's a lot of other patriots in this country who are going to make sure that everybody in the world, not just in America, finds out what the truth is.
Are we still recording?
Yeah, we're still recording, and but we've got to take a break now, Gary. And so just hang on, and we'll get right back to you. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back after this very short pause. Well, we're back, folks. That didn't take long, and we are still talking to Gary Hunt in Waco, Texas. Before we were so rudely interrupted, Gary, you were trying to tell us something. Why don't you continue along those lines?
Well, in the long term, we've seen some changes in the administration of the control of the complex. Initially, there was a BATF operation. Almost immediately, the FBI came in as senior. And it wasn't until about 2 weeks ago that the Texas Rangers were identified as the investigators for this occurrence out here.
Hello, folks. This is William Cooper for Swiss America Trading. As you know, a fire has caused us to move. And when my friends at Swiss America Trading heard about the fire, they went right to work finding us another place to broadcast. Within a matter of hours, a new station was found, this station, thus making it possible for this program to continue to get the truth out to the world. The people at Swiss America Trading stand behind this program, and I want you to stand behind them. Swiss America Trading deals in protecting their clients through non-confiscatable, non-reportable hard assets. Now, you've heard me inform you about the trouble this country is in, both politically and financially. The time to act is now. Call the experts at Swiss America Trading at 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646, and have them show you how to protect yourself. Call 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646, and mention my name, William Cooper, for a free newsletter on protecting your future. By protecting your future, folks, you're keeping the future of this program and freedom for the world alive. Call today, 1-800-289-2646.
I'm not against the BATF. What I'm against is what they're doing that's destroying the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And I know that you feel that way also. And I know that many other patriots in this country feel that way. We're not against those men who are out there in the BATF who are taking orders from somebody else who's taking orders from somebody else, because I think that a lot of them know by now that they've done the wrong thing, and they're kind of wishing that they hadn't done it, and they're probably trying to figure out a way to get out of it and still maintain some kind of self-respect and respect for the American people. But I don't think that's going to happen now, do you?
Well, it may be occurring slowly, and we've had, if we look at
ladies and gentlemen, the phone line has just been cut off to Waco, Texas. If you'll hold on, we're going to try to reconnect. You heard it right there. They shut us off. And this is not unusual when we're trying to do this kind of thing. Well, we've dialed the number. Gary's staying at the... here we go. Just hold on, folks. 223, please. Gary, we were cut off.
the alligator clips coming off.
Yeah, well, this is not unusual. With my radio show, we talk to a lot of controversial people about a lot of controversial things, and this happens quite frequently. In fact, sometimes when I'm talking to somebody about sensitive subjects, it happens every time we connect. Every time we get onto a subject that's particularly sensitive, and we were just talking about the BATF and the FBI, and I'm sure because of your activities down there representing us, that they're probably tapping into your phone. Have you had any indication of that?
It wasn't nearly as it didn't occur the first week or so I was here, and then it began occurring and got more and more frequent, and it does seem to occur more often in conversations where there is more controversy. Yeah.
Well, it won't work, and if you're listening on this line, BATF or FBI or anybody else, it's not going to work. The truth's going to get out, and you're going to answer for your actions. I can guarantee it. And there's a lot of other patriots in this country who are going to make sure that everybody in the world, not just in America, finds out what the truth is. Before we were so rudely interrupted, Gary, you were trying to tell us something. Why don't you continue along those lines?
Well, in the long term, we've seen some changes in the administration of the control of the complex. Initially, there was a BATF operation. Almost immediately, the FBI came in as senior, and it wasn't until about 2 weeks ago that the Texas Rangers were identified as the investigators for the occurrence out here. There was a lot of effort by a lot of patriots to bring to the attention of the public that
classes beginning to ask real questions now?
They were beginning to ask some real questions. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, David Troy came out last Friday or Saturday and said this is our last press conference. Now here's the guy that was wanting to have more questions asked of him. All of a sudden he gets flooded with questions and decides there's nothing more to say and discontinues the ATF portion of the press conference.
So the VATF is not now holding any more press conferences because the questions are just too hot for them to answer, or is it for some other reason?
Well, they're too hot to answer, and also I don't think that they have a very competent system. I don't think they can remember what their last lie was.
Well, we're finding that out, aren't we? I mean, if you just go back and review the tapes of the 6 o'clock news and the local news and read what's been printed in the newspaper, you'll see that everything that they said, they've ultimately reversed and come up with sometimes 2 or 3 stories in place of their original story.
Well, I'll point out that you're very limited in what you have access to.
That's true. That's why we have to rely upon people like you and whoever else we can get a hold of in Waco, Texas, that's right there that really knows what's happening.
Well, I will be obtaining a complete set of videos of all the press conferences, and what I've been able to discern that you've been able to read out there in the press is limited to just certain questions, where numerous questions are asked. But most often the most interesting questions are not reported by the normal press. But at any rate, it seems that the FBI is attempting to distance themselves from the ATF, and I think, quite frankly, their reason is justified, that they don't want to be accused of cover-up as truth begins to expose itself.
Gary, are you going to be able to get us a copy of those so that I can air the discrepancies and the contradictions as a show or a series of shows if it turns out to be that long?
Well, I'm not sure what the copyright laws are on those, but I will be glad to provide you with that.
Fantastic. We're not concerned about... Let me tell you something. On this show, we're concerned with one thing, the truth. And I'm willing to go to jail to get the truth out. In fact, I'm willing to die to get the truth out and save this nation. And I'm not worried about copyright whatsoever on breaking news. In fact, the law says that breaking news is exempt from copyright, so that settles that anyway.
Well, it would seem if the FBI is attempting to provide this information to the public, that it should be public domain as well.
Well, that's true. It is. Breaking news, hot news, is public domain for a certain period of time. After that, then the tapes and things belong to whoever made them. But at the time of breaking news is not protected by copyright, period.
Well, I should be able to get those off to you within a couple of days.
Fantastic. Because we'll certainly air them, and we will air the dirty laundry in front of the world, I can guarantee you. By the way, Gary, just so our listening audience will know, who are you down there representing?
Well, I'm representing the Outpost of Freedom, which is my newspaper published in Florida. I'm representing the American Patriot Facts Network, which is about as new as my newspaper. Both of them began in early February, and because of Waco, have stepped into one of the hottest things going. The ATFN has provided us a means of communication that is absolutely new to the Patriot community. We've got overnight delivery of my press releases every day to thousands of people across the country, including Hillary and Bill Clinton, Sessions, Higgins, Low Benson, and Richards, the governor of Texas, the Texas Rangers, are receiving our faxes, and the ATF compound, or the headquarters here, is receiving them, as well as yourself and many of the media around the country, and a lot of private individuals who disseminate the information, so we may be reaching tens of thousands. The newest person I represent, and I'm very proud to represent, is the Citizens Agency Joint Intelligence. That's the CAJI News Service, and also the Hour of the Time. That is your organization, and I feel honored to be affiliated with you.
Well, thank you, Gary. And of course, you have been fully accredited with press credentials from us. And also, I'd like to point out that the American Patriots Facts Network has made me an advisor to their organization. And of course, we get all the faxes, and we'll be using those on our program from here on out. there are a lot of people in this country who are doing a lot of things to help save this country, save the Constitution, and make people aware of what's happening. And, you know, a lot of people tell me when I travel around this country on my lectures and when I just meet people and they know who I am, they tell me, you know, I feel so helpless. There's nothing that I can do. I'm just one lonely person and I don't have any power and I don't have any money. But Gary, you don't have any power and you don't have any money and I don't have any power and I don't have any money and I don't know anybody who's working in this that has gotten rich. Do you?
Well, there are a few that got rich that profess to be patriots, but I think the indicator of a patriot nowadays, because we are so limited in our means, are those that are willing to put in their sweat, their blood, and their tears into getting the message out to America and helping it grow. I've managed to stay here in Waco from contributions. I have a check on the wall here, $1, which was apparently all that Buddy could afford. But from what I've seen, the patriots that constantly circulate their money back into the movement are the ones that are helping pull these pieces together. Ken Barton, I think, is the best example. That he's just put his heart and soul every night into getting out hundreds of faxes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the love of country that is binding us. It's not a love of money.
That's true. It's a love of country. It's a love of freedom. It's an understanding of what's really happening. And what's really happening is we're fixing to go backward in the evolution of human society from the point where man finally, in all its striving throughout history, finally became free when this country was created and our Constitution and Bill of Rights were written and made the supreme law of the land, and we stood as sovereign kings in our own right with the government as our servant. Now we're ready to give all that up and go backwards and become slaves again with the government owning us as the king used to own us, as the king always, wherever there's a king, owns his subjects.
Interestingly, and I'm sure you're aware of this, the United States Supreme Court, and I don't have the site in front of me, but I'm sure a lot of the patriots are familiar with it. The Supreme Court said that the United States is a metaphor, that there are three definitions. Two of those definitions were sovereign. The first one is the president as he faces the world to represent the 50 states. The second is the U.S. government, which is sovereign to Washington, D.C., the territories, and the ceded land. And the third one, which is not sovereign, is the 50 States United, because that sovereign lies with the individuals. We know, many of us know that third United States of America still exists in this country, but most people have voluntarily or involuntarily joined the second one, which is the sovereign U.S. government, which is a socialized government.
That's correct. It resides within the boundaries of the Federal District of Columbia, and the territories are property ceded and deeded to the United States of America, residing within the Federal District of Columbia, and not the states or the people.
That entity, the sovereign, resides with the government, is a voluntary action of the body politic, which takes away the rights that God gave us and gives us the government.
That's correct. Anyone who voluntarily puts themselves under the jurisdiction of the federal government residing within the boundaries of Washington, D.C. has no constitutional rights. And that is in the Constitution, plain and simple. And our forefathers gave us everything that we needed to succeed and everything we needed to fail, and it was up to us to know the difference and act responsibly and maintain our sovereignty in the face of human nature. And the clause in the Constitution that enables us to fail is, of course, the right to contract. And whenever the state gives us benefits, and we accept those benefits, and by state I mean the state as defined as the Federal District of Columbia, the United States government residing within there, which Congress makes the laws for, is when they give us benefits, we actually contract to be ruled and governed by them instead of being a sovereign citizen of our state. Does that make sense to you, Gary?
Yes, it does. We receive the benefits. We just cost, and we will pay for those benefits.
That's correct. And isn't it human nature to want to take the easy route, to want to have somebody else provide for you, give to you, ensure you a job, ensure your old age, take care of your medical benefits, instead of starting out and planning and being responsible for yourself?
Well, that was one of the fears that Thomas Jefferson had when the Constitution was created. In fact, in our history, it goes back even further. There were two early colonies that we're all aware of, Plymouth Colony and Jamestown. Both of those, when they arrived on the shores of this great nation, were socialized. After a few years, they began failing. They were near death in cases. The effort, being communal in nature, wasn't sufficient to motivate the people to produce as well as they could. And in both cases, when they converted from socialized common ownership to free ownership or free man status, and each owned and reaped the rewards of his efforts, then both of those colonies succeeded and became the foundation of the concept that our Constitution was built on later. Now you have to remember that this is the only country in the world that is founded on a basis of rights coming from God.
That's correct.
There we have something very common to David Koresh and the Branch Davidians. The right to practice our religion and to recognize that the rights come from God. And as we lose those rights, we become socialized like every other country in the world where men are put above God and are able to decide and rule and dictate our lifestyle.
Well, according to those who want to bring about the New World Order, those who belong to the secret societies and really have infiltrated in all levels of our society, government and military, they believe that there is no God, there is no Satan, there is only the working of man's mind. They believe in the Luciferian philosophy that man was held prisoner in the Garden of Eden, and he was set free by the gift of intellect from Lucifer through his agent Satan, and that by the use of this intellect, man himself will become God. It's the religion of humanism, and that's what we're seeing being brought about. And of course, the biggest enemy in their eyes to their religion is Christianity, is Orthodox Judaism, is the Islamic religion, and they have vowed to destroy those and to establish a religion that works in the best interest of mankind and changes with the needs of man instead of conforming to a moral law handed to man from God. And that man literally is the arbiter of his own fate, and because of that is at the mercy of the law of the jungle and has no rights given by God or anyone else. Whoever has the most power has the right to rule. Does this sound like something that conforms to what you've discovered?
Well, yes, but I go a little further. I think they recognize that there are two classes of men, them and us.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The illumined man is the one that will rule, and the illumined man, of course, is the elite of the secret religion of the practice of Mystery Babylon, which is the worship of the mind.
So I think we can equate it more to an anthill, and the majority of the people are the ants that go out and are trodden upon by other people, and the hierarchy is those who stay in the anthill and are served by the others.
Absolutely correct.
Have you ever spoken with Tommy Buckley about Treasury Gabriel?
No, I haven't, and I've refrained from that because of the Cosmos fiasco. We investigated that. Basically, they were saying the same thing, and we found out that they were a bunch of, just flat a bunch of liars. So we're staying away from Treasury Gate so we can more thoroughly investigate the people involved and investigate the whole thing. It's my belief that if these people really had what they say they had, and I'm not judging them at all because our investigation is not finished, it has been the experience of our research that anyone who has posed a serious threat to the ruling elite have been summarily executed within a very short period of time, and these people have not been touched except you might say as a token, maybe to get us to believe them. I don't know, but we're we're investigating, we're finding out. But go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, Tommy is going to try and come down here to Waco next week. He is concerned for his safety. He has a bunch of bodyguards. But the federal lawsuit that he filed, the answer is due on Friday of this week.
That's correct.
And hopefully after that, this may open up if it is legitimate. Now, what I've reviewed of it, it appears to be, but as you said, we really don't know because there's been a lot of rumor and error associated with it.
That's correct.
If it is true, it indicates, it points directly to an elite that controls hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of gold. And at this point, I'm inclined to believe that that hierarchy, that group inside of the anthill being served by the rest of us does exist.
Oh, absolutely they exist. There's no doubt about it. In fact, we've proven it on this show. I've done 18 hours of broadcasting revealing their history, who they are, how they came about, how they were able to control the wealth of the world, and just exactly what their plans are for the future. It's no mystery to the listeners of this radio show, I can assure you. And it's the explanation why Americans look around. They see this country dissolving right in front of their eyes. They see things happening they never thought could ever happen in this country. And Waco is one of the best examples. And they can't find an enemy, and it's because the enemy is their father. Sometimes it's their brother. Sometimes it's their mother or their aunt or their uncle or their grandfather or their grandmother or their sister. They're all around us, and they belong to secret societies, which really, collectively, are one political movement, and they have slowly and surely infiltrated every element of our society, our military, and our government, and they're in complete control right now. And the only thing that can save this country, and in fact, freedom for the world, and that's what this broadcast is all about, is for the sheeple to wake up. People are always asking me, how can I protect my assets? And my answer is this. If the only thing that you care about is your assets, you're going to lose your ass, because you'll never be able to protect your assets unless you can save the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, which are the only things that ever allowed you to ever have any assets in the first place.
Well, I've found people willing to share their assets to keep the effort we've got going down here in Waco going.
Me too, and we've had
more and more people are realizing, excuse me, what you just said, that their assets mean nothing unless we have the freedom to enjoy those, just like Plymouth and Jamestown.
That's correct. Gary, if people wanted to, well, let's back up just a little further. You have a home, don't you?
Somewhere.
Where do you live, Norm?
From Florida.
And you have a home there, right?
Yes.
And do you work?
I am a land surveyor.
Okay, and how long have you been in Waco, Texas?
Since March 6th.
Since March 6th, and that's 38 days, and you haven't been home, is that correct?
I have not been home.
And you haven't been working, is that correct?
I have not. I've tried to keep my office going by phone. I've lost a few clients as a result of my being here. I hope that I can recover them if and when I get back from Waco.
Well, the reason I'm asking you this is I want Americans who are more concerned about their job than they are about this country. I want them to hang their head in shame when they hear this. They know what I've lost and what I've given up in order to do what I'm doing. They've heard what other people who have appeared on this show have lost and what they've had to give up in order to do what they're doing, all to try to save this country, so that a whole bunch of assholes out there who care more about their job than they do about the country can have some assets to be concerned about. And I want you to give an address where people can send donations to help you stay down there and to help you stay afloat while you try to get at the truth, try to bring some kind of a peaceful resolution so that there's no more loss of life, so that you can represent CAGI with the press credentials that you have, and can appear on more of these shows and inform the people not only of this country but of the world. Give us an address, Gary, where people can send donations and who they should make those donations out to.
Okay, donations. Checks are, we don't have a bank account here. When I say I've got some local people that have been helping me. So checks are almost impossible to cash, but postal money orders made out to Gary Hunt, we can cash, or left blank, whichever you
Well, you heard it here, folks, and nowhere else. As you know, a fire has caused us to move from WWCR to WRNO. And when our friends at Swiss America Trading heard about the fire, they went right to work finding us another place to broadcast. Within a matter of hours, a new station was found, thus making it possible for this program to continue to get the truth out to the world. The people at Swiss America Trading stand behind this program, folks, and I want you to stand behind them. Swiss America Trading deals in protecting their clients through non-confiscatable, non-reportable hard assets. You've heard me inform you about the trouble this country is in, both politically and financially. The time to act is now. Call the experts at Swiss America Trading at 1-800-289-2646 and have them show you how to protect yourself. Mention my name, folks, William Cooper, for a free newsletter on protecting your future. By protecting your future, you're keeping the future of this program and freedom for the world alive. Call today, 1-800-289-2646. Good night, and God bless each and every single one of you.
Tonight, folks, I'm going to tell you about the trip that we made to Washington, D.C. to stand on the Capitol steps as a part of Project 93. It was both exhilarating and extremely disappointing. And I'm going to tell you why. You've heard the propaganda. Now, tonight, you'll hear the truth. And tomorrow night, you'll hear some interviews that I did on the Capitol steps with many of the people who attended, and you'll hear some of the talks that were given and some of the things that happened because I taped it, folks. And you will hear the truth, as always, on the hour of the time. We started out knowing that Wednesday, the 29th, we had to be on the Capitol steps. We started out Sunday morning driving. We drove for 3 days, and there's two reasons why we drive in my family, ladies and gentlemen. One is that if anyone should ever become so angry with me that they want to do me harm, I don't want to take a plane load of innocent people with me. The second reason is that we try as much as possible to let our little daughter Pooh see as much of this great nation as she can before it becomes impossible for her to do so. And that's not long in the future. Now, let me check and see what's happening here with the phone line, just in case we've got some news on this new birth. Hello.
Hi, I can't hear the show on the new frequency because there's another channel next to it. I don't know if I'll be able to hear you again. I was just curious how...
There's no other channel next to it. You've got a cheap radio. What you need is a PLL synthesized receiver with digital synthesized tuning. Shortwave radio is one medium, folks, where price really does count. You get what you pay for.
How did it go at Washington on the 29th?
Well, if you listen to the show, you'll be able to hear it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, folks, don't call in until I open the lines, please. It just disrupts the continuity of the show. The only reason I answered that call is I thought just on the chance that it might be Gene Miller announcing the birth of his new child. And I wanted to hear that. So, the birth must still be in process. Anyway, we try to let Pooh see as much of this great nation as she possibly can. What we saw was not very good. Remember, we had the floods all along the Mississippi River Basin, the Missouri River, and that devastated hundreds and hundreds of thousands of acres of crops. Down in the south, we've had nothing but drought, and we didn't even know that this was happening in the Middle West and along the north there. And what we saw were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dead corn stalks without any corn in the fields dying, and many other crops. Apparently they've had a drought throughout that section of the country also. Remember, I predicted as a result of these things, not even knowing about what we saw on this trip until we saw it with our own eyes, because we haven't heard about this on the news. probably the farming communities in those areas that are well aware of it, but we're not. And remember, I predicted that this is going to foretell higher food prices and also scarcity of some food items. Prepare for that. We are. And we've got a surprise for you that I'll be announcing sometime later this week. We are going to become the distributors for, well, let me tell you about it when everything is firmed up. Anyway, you'll be able to buy food that you can store for a long period of time, right through the hour of the time. We've made a deal for the best food that is stored in cans and storage containers, the very best that money can buy at the cheapest prices. And we're going to be making that available to our listening audience and to CAGI members at a reduced rate on top of that. So you want to certainly listen for that announcement when we're ready. When we got to Washington, D.C., folks, it was late at night, and we stopped at the first hotel that we found and stayed there the whole time. Now, on the way, I've got to tell you something. These truckers are out of control, totally, completely out of control, and somebody's going to have to do something about these guys before they kill a whole lot of people. Now, I'm not talking about all truckers at all. I would say about 1/3 of the truckers on the highway are doing in excess of 80-mile-an-hour speed. We clocked most of the ones who were speeding and driving extremely reckless at in excess of 80 miles an hour, sometimes 85, sometimes 90 miles an hour on the highway. Trucks were blocking both lanes of highways, not allowing any other traffic to pass. It's a real serious problem. One truck tried to run us off the road. And no, it wasn't because of what I do or who I am. He had no idea. It was because he was a total jerk, and that's what this guy did for kicks. Trucks came up to within 1 or 2 inches of our bumper when there was no place for us to go. I don't know what they thought we were going to do, go off a bridge into the ocean or into the river or something. But we got to do something about this, and I'm going to get the ball rolling because there were several times on the highway that I felt my wife and daughter's lives were in jeopardy, as well as mine. And I'm not going to stand for that. If you're a trucker, you know, it would be in your best interest to get on the bandwagon and help stop these rogue elephants out there. They're going to kill a lot of people. There's no doubt about it. What I saw on the highways was murder waiting to happen. In Washington, D.C., we spent the night, got up the next morning. I wanted to be the first one on the Capitol steps, and it was supposed to be the east steps of the Capitol building, where D.B. Kidd had obtained the permit to hold the rally for Project 93. And we found out we were quite a ways from the Capitol building, so it took us a long time to drive down there. We got there at about 8:30, pulled up to the east steps of the Capitol building. The Capitol Police met us there. We showed our press credentials and identified ourselves, and they were very helpful and very friendly. And they told us where we could go to park and everything. But they told us that there would be no demonstration on the east steps of the Capitol, and that's where D.B. Kidd had told us all to meet, and indeed where the permit had been arranged for the meeting to take place. So we went and parked, and since he's told us there wasn't going to be anything on the east steps, we went around to the west steps, and I was shocked. There were about